A little bit of wobble on the phone stand. Hello, hello. Let's see if we can't just give it 30 seconds, see if more people arrive. In the meantime, I'll take a quick snifter, just coffee. I shall be two-fisted drinking this evening. I do have Emd the beer of choice from the Chino Bazaar. Okay. A little bit of a mad rush to get here. Just had to walk Tina make it's cold coffee. I just put the instant coffee and the instant coffee and sugar and add cold water into my insulated cups, and that's me done. Okay, people starting to arrive. Keith, Sign of Nature, says 4% for some reason. Whoa, and it's jumping already. Oh, that's not a good start. Gary in the Republic of South Africa. Aloha and Merry May. Okay. What is the date? I'm not even sure what the date is. It's the 19th. Now, the last couple of months, I've missed the 25th. If anyone remembers, I didn't really get a proper Christmas day because the weather just hammered down all day. My friend Anthony, thank God, brought me a plate of Christmas dinner, but I didn't get to cook my own Christmas dinner until a couple of days later. And so I said I was going to cook a Christmas dinner the 25th of every month thereafter. Hello, David. And where we are at, that is Rose. Yeah, hello, Rose. So I didn't get a proper Christmas, and I said I was going to have a Christmas each and every the 25th of each and every month. The last 2 months, either we had bad weather, I think we had bad weather on one, and the other I just didn't realise the date, so it came and it went. You're looking lovely, mate, says Rose. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was watching some of your videos not long ago where you were out in the snow. Yeah, nice. Folks, check out Rose's channel, where we are at. Yeah, Yorkshire, I believe, if I remember correctly. She's in Yorkshire. Lovely lady, friend of mine, and go watch some. I think they're from a couple of years ago. But I don't know if she's done anything. Have you done anything recently? But yes, snow on the ground, and or the white crispiness, and the animals and the birds and things. Lovely. I enjoyed it. So you don't get snow here. It snowed here once while I've been here, and that was the first time in 100 years that it had snowed in Torrevieja, and it settled for about 10 minutes. A friend of mine had to get back to the UK once, and the surrounding area got a lot more snow. She couldn't actually get to Alicante airport. They had to kind of try and divert, go inland, and she had to fly from Valencia. That's quite a tale. So, I mean, it's not that it doesn't snow in Spain. Certainly the north of Spain, the hills and the mountains, it's a lot greener up north. But it even does snow down here, just not so much Torrevieja with its microclimate. Surrounded on 2 sides, maybe 3 by hills. And then you've got the sea, so you've got salt air and you've got the heat from the sea in winter. It all adds up to difficulty for snow. But yeah, Rose has got some lovely videos there. Where was I before that, folks? I was prattling on about something. Do I remember what? I do not. That's interesting, isn't it? There's my memory again, folks. What was I prattling on about? Someone give me a clue. Give me a word. If I get the right word, I'll be able to pick up the conversation. Maybe I'll play it and rewind on the tablet. I got distracted by you guys. Aloha. Oh, Merry May, Christmas, cooking Christmas dinner every 25th. So I've got a few days, yeah, I've got maybe a week. Where are we? It's the 19th, so just short of a week. 6 days from today, Monday, next Monday will be the 25th, perhaps. If I can do maths and dates. What have I got? I do have meat. Some of it won't last well then. I think the sausages will. Maybe I'll do some sort of Christmas dinner with sausages rather than chicken or turkey or similar. Or maybe someone will drop off a turkey. I don't know. I'll spatchcock it and do it in the frying pan. I was just educating someone today about how to cook pizzas in a frying pan, because this is something I've done multiple times. The trick is to use two frying pans to create something resembling an oven, but you want the top one to be larger than the bottom, the one that's overturned, and so you want heat to come up and around the bottom pan. You need the flames to come around, lick up the sides of the pan, and hit the upturned larger frying pan, and the flames to go, or at least the heat to go in and over the pizza. Now, depending on how tight your upper pan fits on the lower pan, you may have to put some skewers or something across to lift the upper pan just above. You need a little gap. You got to let the hot air, maybe even let flames lick in and above the pizza. It's entirely possible though. I'll tell you the guy I was chatting with, a guy called Weary Wolf, W-E-A, so tiredness, weary, W-E-A-R-Y, Weary Wolf Adventures, I think is the proper, that's the @ handle of his channel. If you type youtube.com/@ Weary Wolf Adventures. He does a lot of like World War II recreation recipes. He does a lot of budget shopping and cooking for a week on that budget. Carl, the guy's called Carl. Great channel. Check that one out as well, folks. Yeah, so in a few days' time, we've got it's my happy Christmas. I'll maybe break out the Christmas tree. If it's a sunny day and I've got lots of solar, if I've got lots of power at the end of the day, as it goes dark, I might break out the Christmas tree outside. And we'll have a go at that. But I'll cook something, I'll cook a substantial meal. It won't necessarily be Christmas-esque if I haven't got the right ingredients. I've got potatoes for roast potatoes. I've got onions. I could knock some kind of, I've got gravies. I could knock some kind of stuffing together from bread, crumbs, and spices and herbs. What else do I need? I don't think I've got carrots, not many. I've got a few carrots. I don't have parsnips. I'm not sure if parsnips are still in the shop this time of year. But I'm going to have a go again at I've missed it. Like I said, I've missed it for 2 months, which we're only in the 5th month. So yeah, I'll have another go at a happy Christmas, and we'll see where we get. It might boil down to a sausage casserole. I hope not. I hope I can do better than that. I might drag myself off to the shop and get a rabbit, maybe. They're a little bit fiddly to eat. You're forever picking bones out of your mouth while you're eating them. Bunny rabbit stew. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be roasted because it's got to be Christmas-esque. We'll see. We still love you, handsome. Yeah, okay. There was David arriving. Hello. You're looking lovely. Yeah, thank you, mate. I need a break, mate. Working too many hours. I can understand that. I have the opposite problem. I don't work enough hours, and I actually become a little bit lazy, and I get a little bit behind with my chores, my upkeep, my cleaning, and this place gradually just gets worse and worse. over time. It's going to deteriorate anyway, just the nature of a tent in this type of heat and sun. I have so far this week, let me tell you, so if you were here on Sunday, I said that my tasks for the week: dig the fan out, repair the base and get the fan stood upright and working. Check, did that. Not so much repaired, it's the base is cobbled together. Looking at it now, no matter how well I secure those two cross pieces together, the base just sits on them with this plastic with 4 cutouts that go over the X. It's never going to be. It has to lean against something, so it leans against the chair behind it, and I just have to be careful it doesn't fall over. But I've got it working, I've got it spinning. The blades are not hammering on the cage like they were to begin with. So I've got that going. Another job I said I was going to do, as well as having the fridge, my fridge freezer running, I've got so much extra food here, some of which needed some form of cooling. I needed to implement a cool box and pack it with ice or something cold at least. I was going to do that Monday, but I got a little bit behind. Friend turned up and we sat outside a little while. Did that this morning. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Losing track of my days already. Did that this morning. God, is that only this morning? So I brought in I have 2 cool boxes here, one of which belongs to a friend, and I'm reluctant to kind of use it because it's not mine. But I got another cool box. This is not powered or anything, but what I did, my fridge freezer, I've always had two plastic bottles on the bottom filled with water that are very cold, and because they're on the bottom where all the cooling happens. And I moved those across to the cool box. I sat 2 carrier bags, two shopping bags of fruit and vegetables, mainly vegetables, salad vegetables mainly, in there, and then put some cool stuff over the top and closed that. So I've implemented that. I now have a second cool box running. I'll have to swap out the cold bottles twice a day, so each morning and each evening I'll be taking a new set of cold bottles out of the fridge freezer and into there, and taking the old ones out of there and back into the fridge freezer. They won't be warm as such, so they shouldn't take too long to cool back down. So I might even tomorrow take this extra cool box that it's not mine, I don't own it, but I have possession of it at the minute. I've got so much food, folks. I think I mentioned on Sunday that I'd got at least 6 shopping bags of food out here from various deliveries from people. And then George, that I talked about, George and Jill, well, George turned up with a bag. They left Torrevieja today, as I understand it, but he turned up yesterday with another, and I thought he'd said he was going to bring me some stuff. He brought me, if you remember, a kebab at the weekend, which kept me fed for about 2 days. Me and the dog. But he arrived yesterday, and I thought he was bringing me like the remnants from their cupboards and their fridge. No, the bugger went shopping. There was a baguette, there was something sweet. What did I have? Oh, like 2 huge empanadas, huge salmon empanadas. It's not that sweet actually. Now they are actually, the salmon are quite sweet, but it wasn't like pudding. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't dessert. But 2 huge empanadas. And then there's all these jars, like a jar with boiled potatoes preserved in a brine or whatever, and then I think 3 lots of mixed veg and some green beans, and just jars and jars and jars taken up. I had an empty tray in my veg rack which is now just full of all the jars from this one. I needed to get them out of the way because I had no room on the floor. I honestly had no room on the floor. Tomorrow I'm going to sort through the other bags and stuff that can be put to one side for longer term storage. Tins and jars and things I'll move to one side. And other stuff I will try and put into the other cool box and see whether I can't run the cool box on full blast and keep some cool. They're not going to freeze, but keep some cool bottles of water. I think I've discovered the limit of the fridge freezer. I had it set today, so ordinarily it was set for -15, and it very rarely got there. Today, I thought I really want stuff to freeze. I set it to -25, and it got nowhere. I think it can only go 20 degrees or so below ambient, maybe a little bit more. Maybe no, it must be more than that because today was 30 outside. It was 28, 29 here on the bed. We got down to -10, -14, something like that at times. So I guess you're looking at 40, 45 degrees below ambient. I can't complain at that. I can't complain at that. And we're running this off solar panels. But if I can make some bottles of water cold for the thermal mass and move them across to a cooler that's got fruit, veg, salad type stuff in it, and we'll see how well I can maintain that. Right, look, we're over a quarter of an hour in. I haven't done the intro. Please, I beg your indulgence. Bear with me for 2 minutes while I do my intro. For anyone who hasn't been here before, you are watching Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your humble host. Most humble. I do have a co-star. We shall introduce her momentarily. Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a vagrant, and hobo. An indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Don't say that in front of me unless you want a punch on the nose. I'm not violent, really. What else we got? A bum. Some might say someone who lives rough, sleeps rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Once upon a time, literally in a field with just a bedroll. Nowadays, I have a tent. It's been up 15 months in Spanish sun and storms and wind, and it is coming to an end. I do have my next tent in preparedness. As time goes by, folks, I take your donations. I try not to piss them up against the wall, although I do have a reputation to maintain. For anyone who doesn't know. And just to show myself in the worst possible light. This is my traditional tripod. This lamp needs to sit upon something and rise above the level of the phone, of the camera. And the only thing I've found so far that works reliably is 3 cans of beer. It is the tripod upon which we build. But to reassure anyone who is thinking of making a donation, PayPal link is pinned. Used to be pinned at the top. I believe they're now pinned at the bottom, but whatever. There is a link there for anyone who wants to help. I am literally homeless. I am living in a field. I've been here now for 3.5 years in this particular field. In August, I will have been homeless for 4 years. But just to reassure you, yes, I do like a drop. I do drink. Cheers to you guys. But I can't be that bad. Look here. Hold on. I save your money and I buy gizmotrons like this. This is an EcoFlow River 2. Gives me 12 volts like a car socket. I get 3 USB sockets, 2 standard USB and a USB-C, and over here is a proper real electrical outlet. 220 volts, and I can choose between 50 hertz and 60 hertz. I can switch it between the two. This is where the donations go, on making my life better. So whilst I do buy beer, and sometimes people bring me beer, which is even better, and people donate money. People donate money with an explicit instruction. This is for beer, get beer. Some people donate and say, this is not for beer, do not use my money for beer. I honour your stipulations as best I can. Unless you tell me to buy beer and I've already got some and don't need any. In which case I probably won't spend it. But I will save it and I will put it towards useful things. Solar panels, an EcoFlow River 2, an EcoFlow River 3 nowadays as well. We have supplemented our living conditions. I have an electric fan. I have a car, like a camping fridge freezer. I have lights, as you've seen. I've got the lantern, I've got Christmas lights, I've got batteries that plug directly into USB to recharge. I have an electric blanket for winter, although it didn't get cold enough to use it this last winter. What else do I have? I have a slow cooker, an electric slow cooker. I have various tablets, computers, and phones and gizmos. By training or by historically, I'm a very techie person. I had a business making websites and computer programming, internet security, so I'm quite techie. Hence, doing a YouTube channel just to raise awareness, point people at me, a little bit of e-begging, pointing you to the PayPal donate link. Speaking of which, shout out to Hannah on Sunday. I apologise, Hannah. I don't know if you're here. I'll have a look. I'll scroll in chat in a moment. Hannah donated, and because I had the phone on Do Not Disturb, which I haven't done so far, just bear with me. I should do that. Otherwise, anyone on headphones will get blasted with the bings and bongs when anything happens. But apologies to Hannah. I didn't realise that she had donated during the stream on Sunday night. I would have liked to have said thank you live. Apologies that I missed it. I'm sorry. Thanks also goes to Sven, who I think it's first thing Monday morning. Sven and Anna, they're gosh, let me try and remember. I think Swedish couple. Gosh, I'm gonna get in trouble now, aren't I, if I've guessed wrong. Sorry, Sven. It's been a while since I asked. But these lovely people donate to me every month, like regular. I've asked Sven why, and he said that he once almost ended up homeless, and so he appreciates the stress, the worry, the strain, and it's a kind of a case of their book for the grace of God, and so they send me a regular little donation each month. Last year he missed a couple. I don't know why, but by accident, and when he found out he'd missed, he was kind of horrified, and he made it up with a boost, it was like a Christmas bonus for me. That I don't remember whether it was Christmas or January. Might even have been the November, but somewhere around there. Suddenly, I got kind of 3 or 4 months donation all at once. So thank you to Sven and Anna as well. My mate Anthony sent a donation a little while back, and I tried to say thank you through the PayPal system, but it tells me I can't respond to him via that. So he must have set some kind of privacy settings somewhere. But thank you, Anthony, and everyone else who's donated over the last few weeks, folks. I went from having next to nothing to having enough in the course of 1 week. Some of that's you guys and the PayPal donations. Some of it's people here in Torrevieja who were leaving the country and who dropped things off. Sometimes it's just the remnants from cupboards and refrigerators, etc. And sometimes some of you will just go out and buy a bunch of shopping for me and for Tina. Speaking of which, I haven't finished the intro yet, by the way. I am aware that I've branched off. I will come back to that. But let me introduce you. I did say I have my glamorous co-star, and she is... Oh gosh, let's get the flash turned on. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Hey. Are you going to look? You're going to look this way? You're not going to look this way, are you? Okay, you just want to tickle. Tickle under the chin. Okay, babe. I got you. Rah. Come on. Look this way. Talk to the peoples for me. Come on. No, you're not going to. Okay, Bugalugs. I'm not going to force you. I just thought you might want to. Talk to the peoples. There's my glamorous co-star. That's my Tina Doggy Darling. Back to me. And I will finish the intro now. Okay, folks. We did the Delta Mike. We did the Down and Out in Torrevieja. Well, Torrevieja is a thriving city on the southeast coast of Spain. Semi-touristy. It's touristy, but not in a young people nightclub kind of way. It's holiday homes, second homes, villas, that kind of thing. It's a lovely place. If you're thinking of trying Spain, I would recommend it. Just avoid the police at all costs. Just don't have anything to do with the police. Back the blue till it happens to you. Whatever you do, don't end up homeless here. They're not very nice to begin with. Not for the first 2 or 3 years. But the city itself, it's a lovely place. We're on the coast, cliff tops and promenades and, you know, walks and places, beaches where you can swim. Some beaches that are a little bit less, quite rocky and what have you. But in the centre of town and what have you, they ship in tons of sand to create nice beaches for you to sit on. It's all very nice. It's all very nice. I do like the place. Don't get me wrong. Me and the mayor have a little bit of a contretemps. He's going to get his when he's next up for election. Him and his welfare department. That's between me and them. That's separate. Don't let that sully the waters. I do like Torrevieja. It's a nice place. I've been coming here since the 90s, and when I had an opportunity, I moved out here, and then things took a turn. You want the full story? TrampCast 001. TrampCast, all one word, as it is here. Space, and then the digits 001. Full story, 2.5 hours. The who, how, what, when, where, why, how I became homeless. I use the word tramp. I use it a little bit performatively. Technically, a tramp or a hobo should be wandering. To tramp is to walk. It is to move. It is to go looking for work. I'm not allowed to work in this particular country, and I'm static. And I was quite stubborn about being static when the police were threatening to beat me up for being static. They didn't just threaten to beat me up, they did. But don't let that bother you too much. You're a nice middle-class couple who are looking for a holiday home. You're not going to get beaten up by the police. They're after the single male homeless tramps to beat up. Way more fun for them. Hey, Eduardo. I remember, and I am coming for you. That's just me and the mayor. Let me just scroll back. You're looking lovely, thank you, mate. I need a break, mate. Okay. George, evening, mate. Just got home in UK. Hope you enjoy your food and see you in 4 weeks. Have a good night, George and Jill. Thank you, my friend. I was just talking about you and your donation a little while ago. I don't know if you were here or not. But, yeah. Thank you. I wasn't sure whether Jill was with a G or a J, but now I see it's a J. Now I will correct my notes. I guessed the other way for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's because we had family that was a Jill with a G. Um, so I just randomly guessed the wrong way. Cheers to you guys, and thank you, thank you, thank you. I was just talking about the huge empanada thing, the 2 empanadas in the pack yesterday. I'll be honest, I didn't know how hungry I was. As soon as you went, I dove into those and demolished them. As soon as you left, as soon as your back was turned, I was right in there. And then later on, it was the baguette. What did I have with the baguette? Well, I've got some cheese, but also some jamon. But then this morning, I discovered the boiled ham that was in the same bag. I didn't see that last night. Anyway, folks, if you haven't already, you might consider hitting the thumbs up. Helps a tramp out. Sends a signal to Google. Google stroke YouTube. I don't know if you knew YouTube is owned by Google. Sends a signal to them that somebody might be interested and somebody might want to watch. And if we can hit 20 thumbs ups, the rumor has it amongst the creator community that I'm not really a part of. I don't see myself as any kind of creator or influencer, but I'm just a tramp in a fucking field. But rumor has it, if you hit 20 thumbs up, more alerts go out to more people and more people come in. Did anybody notice? Do you know that we had the 1700 subscriber celebration not long ago? As predicted, we have dropped below 1700. Last I saw, we were on 1699 and falling. We shall have another 1700 subscriber celebration any day now, perhaps. If you haven't subscribed already, folks, you might like to do so and to let me know that we are now on 1700 again. And then I can use my firework graphic that I spent all of 20 seconds asking Microsoft to create for me, whatever their AI is called, or the Bing AI, whatever that's called. The AIs are getting better. I am a user of AI, and in all aspects, they're getting better. They're getting better at creating graphics. They're getting better at creating audio and creating stories. If you give them an outline of a sci-fi story or well, any kind of story, they will pad it out and write you a story. And you can even use AI to do the voiceover. And some of those are a bit clunky, but some of them are getting really good and getting better. Hannah, hello Hannah. I was thanking you earlier. If you didn't see it, after you're finished here, you might like to go back 10 or 20 minutes and listen to the thank you that I just gave. I was apologizing that on Sunday I didn't notice that you had donated. I had my phone set to do not disturb. Anyone with headphones, if someone donates, there's a deep buzz and a jingle plays, and if you've got headphones on, it's almost deafening. So I set my phone to do not disturb, and unfortunately I didn't notice. The tablet should still bing bong, but I didn't notice your donation at the time, so I apologise. I have contacted you since through the PayPal system. I hope you got that. Just thanking you and again apologising that I didn't acknowledge you at the time. It's always always. I was going to say I'll put my teeth in, but I haven't put them in for 5 years. I'm not going to start now. It's always my intention to acknowledge donations, and if we're live at the time, I will do so while we're live. Let me just. There was a little bit of a plink on here earlier, but it probably wasn't anything like that. Okay, no, that was about Arsenal winning the Premier League. That's not something I'm too bothered about. I'm not a gunner or a gooner, which has multiple meanings nowadays. Modern parlance moves on at pace. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm not explaining it. You could perhaps ask the what do you call that dictionary? The Urban Dictionary. You ask the Urban Dictionary what a gooner is if you wish to know. I'll get called names if I start talking about such things. I'll be accused of running a testosterone infused. Am I pronouncing that right? Why does that sound wrong now that I'm saying it? Testosterone. I missed a syllable out the middle. That's why it sounded wrong. The fuck? Jesus Christ. Oh, and now I'm blaspheming. Which is okay because I'm an atheist. I'm allowed. Right, folks. Did I finish the intro? Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja on the southeast coast of Spain. About halfway between Alicante and Murcia city. Yeah. 50 minutes south of one, 50 minutes north of the other. If you measure distances in time, you are either American or a physicist. Now I'll shut up. I haven't got, as it said in the title, folks, no topics planned. I've got nothing. I haven't got anything to go at. No, I haven't researched any science topics for you. I've got nothing. So I'm in your hands. Talk to me. In particular, I'd like to hear from newbies. Anyone who's just viewing or watching for the first time, you've seen the intro, you've seen the thumbnail either on YouTube or on Twitter, and you're here. Questions. I'm happy to answer any questions, whether it's about tramp life, whether it's about other things. I try and fail to stay clear of politics most days. But I try and answer and let you know about me, about my life as a homeless guy, about the devices that I put your money to, your donations, how I've made. I literally started in this field. Well, I started homeless. So when I was kicked out of my own apartment illegally, I stayed with a friend for a few months. And then, obviously, over time, she got sick of me and asked me to leave. And I did. And I stepped out and into the wide world. Couldn't take all my belongings with me. But I took one bag full of things, including 2 picnic blankets, which put the rubber side on the base, on the floor, with the blankety side. The second blanket the other way up, blankety side inside, rubber side at the top. And that was me and the dog for 2 months in the park. And then I learned to walk around the bins and to gather things that people were throwing away. There would be towels, there would be blankets. There were these cushions and padded mattresses from around the swimming pool, from on the sun lounges around the swimming pool. And then there was a yoga mat, and I just gradually built up. My bedroll was the first priority, but also food from the bins, next to the bins, on top of the bins. I was slow to start collecting food from in the bins, but it was there. Pizza, the weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, pizza boxes. Every third pizza box you open has more than a third of a pizza inside it. I've opened pizza boxes and found a whole pizza. Around Christmas, there were these big cakes, and someone would take one slice of the cake and then throw the whole fucking cake away. And they're in boxes, inside the bin, but at the top of the bin. I would touch some bags and they'd be ice cold. Somebody's emptied out a whole freezer. Maybe they're going home, or maybe something's gone wrong, and I don't know. But there'd be a bin bag, and it would just be full of frozen food, ice creams, lollipops, salmon steaks, actual steaks, beef steaks. It's amazing what you find in, on, and around the bins. It helps that it's a communal bin, and people come and they will put things. Someone leaving the country will leave a bag next to a bin, not in the bin. And nowadays, now I'm established and some people know I'm here, they'll just bring bags of food directly to me. But all of these, the stages that I went through, there's Keith, sign of nature. Oh, Karen says hello, everyone. Hello, Karen. Long time no see. Let me just scroll back. Oh, there was Hannah. Okay, there was George. Mike and Tina, how are you doing? We're doing okay, Hannah. We're doing okay. We're really well. Well, I'm really well at the minute because I've got so much food out there that I'm battling to keep it cool. Like I said, I've got my fridge freezer. I've now packed some really cold items, like frozen water bottles or almost frozen, into a cool box and put food in. Tomorrow I'm going to do the same again with a second cool box, I think. Which also helps me clear floor space because I was tripping up over 6 or 7 bags of food. I have moved some jars into my veg rack, which doesn't contain any veg at the minute. It's all jars and tins and condiments. My God, everyone who leaves the country leaves me a ketchup, a mayonnaise, ketchup, mayonnaise, aioli, however you want to put the garlic mayonnaise stuff, and then various other random. I've got 2 or 3 bottles of Thai hot sauce, and a sweet Thai chili sauce. I've got 2 or 3 of each of those. I don't know what to do with half of these things. I got something that's very reminiscent of a HP brown sauce, but it's not from Britain. It's got is it tamarind? I think the main ingredient is tamarind that gives it that brown, tart, sharp. I'm not sure. I don't really know what tamarind is, but that's one of the main ingredients in this alternate. It is very like brown sauce, British brown sauce, HP or Daddy's. I do still have a big jar of Branston that I'm only halfway through. I got to find a way of using this stuff up, folks. Like I said, in a few days' time, it'll be my Christmas. It'll be the 25th of the month, and I will be endeavouring to make something approximating a Christmas lunch again, because I've missed the last couple of months one way or another. But we will endeavour to try. You're in fear zone of your viewers, yet so pleasant with it. Fear zone. Explain, Keith. Fear zone. Typo, maybe? You're in fear zone of your viewers, yet so pleasant with it. I don't really fear anybody. I'm not sure where that. Explain. Necesito an explication, por favor. I find so much valuable stuff people just toss out, and I always wonder why. Everything had a good use. You see, the friend I was staying with before she kicked me out, she tried making me get rid of everything first. I threw out a perfectly good working television and it wasn't a laser printer. It was an inkjet printer, but it was a good one. So just to clear space in her house, I had to throw those away, which I deeply resented. So I put out a working TV and a working printer. And then I've picked up a TV since then it's not quite in perfect condition, and I don't even use it as a TV. I've thought about buying these external USB powered aerials that you can buy. They're quite weak as a receiver, but you can boost and magnify the the USB out the back of the TV provides enough power to boost the image. I've thought about doing that, especially now that I've got two EcoFlows. You know that I regret buying the second EcoFlow. Not regret, it's great in and of itself. 2 weeks later, I was offered a Bluetti, is it called a C130? 1300 watts output. Would have run an air fryer or a fucking microwave or a whatever. But I just spent all my savings on the other EcoFlow. It's the same bloke offered me it. Joby, if you're out there, get in touch, you bugger. He swapped phones and SIM cards and things, and he got a backup of his WhatsApp, and his contacts were lacking. WhatsApp doesn't do a good job of handling it. Just for anyone who doesn't know, when you save a backup in WhatsApp, it's device specific. It's not your account. It's each device within your account. So if you save your contacts from one device and then on another you add other people, if ever you restore on another back on device A, you're going to have the old set of device A contacts, and you're going to lose half your contacts that were on device B. It doesn't do a good job of managing that shit. Just a warning. If you ever see, I moved my SIM card from the phone when I was low on power. This phone doesn't do well with power, so I moved the SIM card to the tablet, and it downloaded a backup of the last time I had the SIM card in the tablet. So I lost the contacts that had been added recently on the phone. If I move the SIM card back across to the phone, I will download a backup of the phone as it was 3 months ago, and any new contacts on the tablet will then be lost. It's a shockingly bad shit show of a way of doing backing up of contacts and messages. WhatsApp, get your fucking act together. That's just terrible. That's miserable. That's rubbish. That is no... It's my account. If I add new people and then do a back, I should have access to my full list of people when I put on another device. What are you playing at? How are you for water? Asks Karen. Nobody leaves you Branston. Only you. Nobody leaves it except for people who deliberately bring it across from the UK for me. And then Karen brought me some from the UK. Or her hubby did in the RV, and then Karen found some in one of the supermarkets, and by God, it was expensive. Was it like €8.50 for the tiniest jar? And I've got this big fuck off jar. Yeah, no, nobody else brings me Branston or anything like that. Didn't we get Piccadilly as well at one point? You forgot the Coleman's powdered mustard, though. Coleman's nosebleed. Maybe next time. I do like my nosebleed mustard. This American, this just squirty yellow mustard isn't. It's not real. Mike, how long can double cream Alohan yogurt stay fresh in the fridge? Also, now, why is turmeric spelt with an R? I didn't know it was. I would guess Americans, they need simplified spelling. Have you noticed now that yogurt, which way round is it? Has it lost the H? I think yogurt has lost the H in the UK. It was always yogurt, and now it's the supermarkets are dropping the H, standardizing on the American spelling. Yogurt. How long can I don't know about the Alohan, I don't know that word. How long can yogurt stay fresh in the fridge? Forever, mate. I have yogurt not in the fridge, and it stays good forever. I've never had yogurt go bad. I start from the same point as cheese. Yogurt is milk that's already gone bad. In the same way that cheese is milk that's already gone bad. It can't go any more bad. It can't get any badder. Now, what does happen with yogurt? Sometimes the whey separates. You get the liquid on the top. Stir it back in. You're going to pour it off if you really want. If you want your yogurt that bit thicker, you just stir it back in. Yogurt doesn't go bad. I keep, well, not in normal, reasonable. I mean, I've never kept it for like 2 months to see what happens, like I do with sliced white bread. Sliced white supermarket bread does not go off. Certain hot dog buns do not go off. If it doesn't go off in 3 days, see, some people left me some bread this last couple of weeks, and some of it went off like by the day after it was green. I don't know how long they had it before they brought it, but some of it went, some of it not so much. But sliced white supermarket loaf, pan familiar as they have in Spain here, family loaf. I can just keep that in the tent for 6 months. It can be 50 degrees, 6 months. I keep it outside in the sun, 6 months. Does not go off. The pigeons won't eat it, the mice won't eat it, the rats won't eat it, and the mold won't touch it. I've got no idea what that means. The same, all you guys that are keeping your mayonnaises and ketchups and whatever in the fridge, you're taking up space for no reason. I have never had mayonnaise go bad. I'm in a tent that hits 40 degrees, 50 degrees, does not go off. Supermarket mayonnaise. Fresh, you know, if you're taking a whisk to an egg and some egg and olive oil and making your own mayo, that'll go off within a week. But the supermarket bought stuff, I've never had a condiment go off. The barbecue sauce, the ketchups, the mayos, the aiolis. Aioli's more likely to fucking tip over and spill out of the container than it is to go off. And it makes a right fucking mess when it does that. So like these Greek yogurt things here, these pots of Greek yogurt that people bring me every now and again. Never had one go off. I mean, they're never around for more than 7 days because I'm a pig. Tina likes them as well. We share them. Never had one go off. Doesn't matter what the temperature is. Don't keep them in the fridge. Never have done. I mean, for years I didn't even have the fridge, but I've only had it. It's about 6 months. I think I've had the fridge. It was September or October last year. So it's 6 months plus or minus. Nothing goes. Condiments do not go off. Barbecue sauce, brown sauce, ketchup, mayo, ranch. None of it. I've got 3 drawers in my veg rack that are just bottles of. I'm gonna do some kind of pasta. I've got in my salad stuff that I've got in the last week. I've got two cobs of corn, sweet corn, still on the cob. I'm gonna chop that off. I can't get in there with the teeth because I haven't got teeth. So I'll cut that off with a knife. I'll put that. I'm gonna do a pasta bake, and I'm gonna do a white sauce, and it's mainly gonna be old bottles of mayo that I'm gonna rinse out and tip in. If I've got a bit of milk or cream somewhere, I'll add some of that as well. But I need to use. How many bottles of mayo does a guy need? Yeah. I've seen people recommend frying with mayo. I did try it once. Don't do that. It turns into scrambled egg. I mean, it's egg and oil. I've seen people baste turkeys or chickens or whatever with mayo. Same thing. It might make a good YouTube video. It doesn't work in reality. It's a scrambled egg waiting to happen. When the oil boils off or whatever, you're just left with fried egg coating your chicken or turkey or your frying pan or whatever you're doing. It makes for pretty YouTube videos that everyone says, "Oh, great idea." Yeah, I've tried it. Don't do that. Think about it. It's an egg mixed with oil. When you fry it in a hot pan, the oil's gonna do what oil does. It's gonna lubricate, it's gonna separate from there, it's gonna lubricate, and then if your pan's hot enough, it's gonna boil off, burn off, whatever. And you're gonna be left with egg. Do you really want your chicken or your turkey coated with fried egg? Scrambled egg, even. Don't do that. Beer. I've got cold beer, folks. I've been drinking coffee so far, I think. But cheers. We're coming up on an hour, aren't we? Where are we compared to the hour? We're on 57. I was a minute and a half late, but cheers. Is Jack Attack out there? I haven't seen Jack in a while. Then again, I've not been hanging out in Scruff Dogs and what have you that long. Why is turmeric now? I don't know whether it had an R in it or not. I don't know. Everyone's a nightmare, said Sign of Nature. I need context, my friend. Fear Zone, your viewers yet so pleasant with it. Everyone's nightmare. How are you for water, said Karen. I'm good for water so far. I've not been using... Okay. Hey, I'm in all clean clothes. I finally... This was my third... I said on Sunday I had 3 jobs to do, didn't I? What were they? God, can I remember now? So it was setting up the cool box. Oh, what was it? There was 3. I had to set up a second cool box for some of the food. I've listed 2 already and I can't remember. What was the second one? The third one was to move everything off of my clothes box here. Nothing that I thought was in there was there. There was none of it. And everything in there was shit I've never seen before in my life, I would swear. Was I drunk one day when I put everything in there? There's a pair of shoes in there I didn't know I had. I have to have a word with Karen and her husband and see whether they gave me this pair of shoes, because they're like black pumps but with a crisscross built-in lace that never seen it before. Anyway, I found a pair of shorts, cargo pant type shorts, all the pockets. I need the pockets. The t-shirt that Damien gave me this way back, 3.5 years ago. So I found this I'd seen, nothing else in there I didn't know I had. There's a pair of ankle length kind of trousers. I don't know what you'd call them. They're a bit piratey, but I don't know. There's a fleece tracksuit bottom thing. There's a jacket that I've never seen before in my bloody life. And all the things that I thought were in there aren't. I don't know where all my other clothes are. I assume that I've got 2 bags that I've put to one side ready for washing, and that I'm not in a position to take washing. I can't just stand Tina for 40 minutes, 50 minutes outside a laundrette while I'm doing things. Also, I never have cash like coins. When people give me money, it tends to be notes. Not always, but tends to be. And so if I need like €7.50 for a washing machine, I don't know how that works. I'd have to go in, set them going, take her into the bar next door? Or sit outside the bar next door? And then what do I do when I go back? Do I leave her in the bar? Do I take her back with me? No. The logistics of a disabled dog. And the logistics of coins, because I don't have coins usually. Yogurt is a point in milk's journey towards extraterrestrial life. This is UK Richie. Hello, my friend, and thank you for the recent donation. It depends how brave you are, how long you let it develop. Is yogurt the one? Oh, okay. To make yogurt, one of the ingredients is yogurt. So you boil milk, you bring it to the boil, then you let it simmer, and as it cools down below, I think 60 degrees, 50 degrees, you introduce live yogurt. So rule number one is to make yogurt, you must already have yogurt. And that would be most people's downfall. And not supermarket yogurt, it needs to be a live culture, like a real yogurt. I've got no idea, is this stuff, is it a live culture or is it pasteurized? And where would you find out? Do you suck it and see? Do you put a spoonful into your boiled milk? I mean, it says natural yogurt. Well, it says yogurt and yogurt. Naturally stylo Grego. Greek style yogurt. But nowhere does it say whether it's a live culture or not. Consume preferably before the day on the top. There is no day on the top or the bottom. Fuck. Hold on. Once open, consume within 3 days. Yeah, okay, that's a lot of yogurt. That's quite a lot of yogurt to get through in 3 days. But where's the date of which you speak? You said tapa. That's top. Ver tapa, to see the top. Antes del ver tapa. See top. There is no date anywhere on this container. Top, middle, or bottom. Oh, is it? Oh, there's something. No, that's just TR45K006532. That's just some kind of, and there's a technicaplast.com.tr. Where's TR? That's the plastic manufacturer for the tub. There's not. Oh, hold on. It's on the side of the top. 12th of the 6th, 2026. June 12th. 11:38. That's a bit specific. Can you see that? No, you. Okay. It's going to be reversed. It's got a fucking time as part of the best before date. 12/06, 2026, 11:38. That's a little bit specific. I've never seen that before. I've had a bit of a session today, so we'll catch you tomorrow. Have you been out on the pop? Karen. I don't know. Same as Gary says, same as McDonald's. I swear I found a burger under my seat in the car after 6 months. It had no mold or anything on. Same as that day I bought it. Yeah. So that was Karen going at 56. That's 10 minutes ago. I apologise, I didn't see it in time, Karen. A man can never have enough mayo. Jack Attack, he is here. There you go. The legend. He's been hanging out and he's been lurking in the background. And K. Sorry, Jack Attack. Hello, that was Karen just leaving. I've had too many. There's no such thing as too many, Karen. I don't understand. Does not compute. No comprendo. Too many. What is this too many of which you speak? Not enough, says Jack Attack. Well done, Jack. Sand or Igu? San Miguel, perhaps. It should mature like a fine wine, yogurt liqueur. Yeah, it tends to mature like sour milk, doesn't it? Okay, yeah, San Miguel. There's a bar with a laundrette. It's always busy. Yeah, well, the laundrette closest to me has got a bar next door. Now, the bar has been through about in the 4 years that I've been here in this field, the bar's on its fourth different name and fourth different owners. Which is really weird because there's no other bar within 500 meters. It's got a kilometer. Well, it's got a kilometer circumference. No, that's not right. Yeah, radius circumference. It's got a kilometer circumference. No other bar anywhere near. It should have lots of local traffic. Oh, the only other one is the kiosk on this main road. Used to be a German kiosk. Now it identifies as European. I don't know whether it's different owners or just whether they've just rebadged it. I've only been there. I've been dragged there twice by people in the 4 years. They don't sell draft beer. You go there and you're paying like a euro and a half, and all you're getting is a can. Even though it's like a San Miguel or whatever, you could be buying that for 50 or 60 cents rather than the euro and a half. So it's not somewhere I opt for, but if other people drag me there, I'll you can twist my arm and take me to the Euro bar. But that's the only other bar, and it is just a little kiosk on the main road. Open well about 3 or 4 in the morning through summer, with lots and lots of noise. But yeah. Slimline salad dressing, says Jasper. Hello, Jasper. I haven't seen any more chocolate bar reviews in the last week. Did I miss? Has YouTube been letting me down? Why they call it ranch in the UK? Yeah, it's like salad cream but watered down, isn't it? It doesn't quite have the vinegary. It doesn't have the punch of a proper salad cream. I've seen Americans take the piss out of the British. You just call it salad cream. And it's like, okay, mate, ranch. I mean, what the fuck? It's got a bit of grated carrot or something in it, but it's a salad cream without the vinegar, without the punch, and with a few grated vegetables in it. And difficulty. Oh, okay. Difficulty with one hand. I know you've got the tendonitis thing. I was gonna go elsewhere with your one-handed typing, but you'll be getting me in trouble with Marie. She told me off the other week when the conversation veered into one-handed reading material. That was a different conversation. Maybe short would be Perry rather than Peri. Oh, what's the I do have Peri. What is it? It's a sweet chili Peri or Peri. Yeah, I got all the sauces. I got all the condiments, folks. I am the best equipped tramp ever. And now I've got 2 cast iron frying pans. I think they're cast iron. I'm no expert on these things, but they look like cast iron. I've got one small one if I just want to do a couple of eggs, and I've got the larger one. I cooked I'm gonna say calzone. Correct me. pizza folded in half before you cook it, and then you cook, pinch the rice, making like a pizza pocket, and then and then cooked in the frying pan. As I said, I was educating someone earlier about how you cook pizza in a frying pan. You need two frying pans, little one on the bottom, slightly larger one above, and you have to make sure that the one on top is slightly raised somehow, so that the flame or the hot air can come around the bottom, up, and get caught under the top pan. Calzone. I'm not sure that there was a second that A. I'm not sure. I believe you. Karen knows these things. She's posher and more educated on food than me. I am but a lowly. I'm a Barnsley lad and a tramp in a fucking field. I mean, you know. A pizza stromboli. Oh, that's not the word that was on the pack. I could dig the pag. I could dig the box out of the bin over there. Calzone, something like that. And then it had a word on the side. Guapissima. Guapissimo, something like that. Which, if it's like Spanish, guapa means good looking pizza, and they've rolled it into a extra word. I don't know. I had this thing. I had it Sunday as a breakfast. It had been there, I think, from the Thursday. I think it was when Mark left. Was it? So I'd had it a few days. It'd been in the fridge, but there's only so long you can keep these things, and so I did it Sunday, and I thought this will be nice. This will be a nice light snack for breakfast, and then I'll cook a more substantial dinner, a lunch or dinner. I was full all day. I was full for the rest of the day. It was so filling, because it only looks like half a pizza, but obviously it's doubled over, so it's more. Right, definitely going. Okay, it's my favourite with tomato sauce on top with mozzarella, says Karen. Then she says, right, definitely going. Good night, everyone. Time to beard trim again, says Jasper. It is, mate. I was considering the options. See, Karen goes home in a week or two. No, 2 or 3 weeks, I think it is. Maybe I can get a haircut in before she goes. Maybe she'll do the beard, or maybe I do the beard and botch it up and make a mess of it and make it look worse. I don't know. We have to. Me and Karen need to talk. UK Rich, you got to head off. I have hold on, an early meeting tomorrow morning. Good night, my friend, and thank you for stopping by. Appreciate everyone stopping by. Everyone, if you haven't already hit the thumbs up, please do that on the way out the door. Gary, oh, it jumped. Okay, wish me luck. I'm trying the yogurt. See, there's no actual expiry date, only a best before, which means it is infinite, everlasting yogurt. Everything's infinite and everlasting. You open it, you sniff it, you dip your spoon in and out. Don't pick up a whole spoonful. Just dip it in and out. Lick the back of the spoon. If it's got an acidic taste, as long as it's not like a lemon flavour or something, if it's got an acidic taste it shouldn't have, or ammonia, either lemony or citric or ammonia, and it's not actually a citric fruit flavoured yogurt, then something's wrong. If it's actually meant to be citric, if it's a pineapple or a lemon or orange flavoured, then you're on your own. You got to decide for yourself. I will sort it before I go, says Karen. Thank you, my friend. We will speak in the interim. I'm actually going to make a list of what do you need, because people always ask and I'm never able to answer. I'm actually going to draw up a list, and there's no commitment from anybody. I'll have the list, and if anybody wants to buy me 1 or 2 of the items off the list, then I'll take it from there. I am pretty much done for food at the minute. Maybe some of the staples, potatoes, carrots, onions, maybe, but I've got them, but not a lot of them. I think I've got two I think they're sweet potatoes rather than just red potatoes. I think I said this on Sunday night. They've got that elongated shape, which makes me think sweet potatoes. We used to call them yams. I'm not sure what happened to that. Difference between a yam and a sweet potato, anybody? Does anyone know? We used to call them that, but that was probably just our ignorance. Yam versus sweet potato. Entirely different vegetables frequently confused in supermarkets. Sweet potatoes are sweet, moist root vegetables with smooth skin, while true yams are rough, starchy tubers native to Africa and Asia with a bark-like texture and neutral flavour. I'm not bothered about the botanical family difference. That's skin and flesh. Sweet potatoes, relatively thin, smooth skin and flesh, ranges from white and yellow to deep orange or even purple. Yams have a thick, rough, scaly brown skin. It's not that then. So they are sweet potatoes. I do like them. Not Aldi. Lidl always did them when I used to live up and over the hill, and I lived about 2/3 of the way down the hill. Lidl was at the bottom of the hill, and they always had the sweet potatoes. The supermarkets I go to now, when I go, never have them. A little bit awkward. Okay, folks, we're an hour and a quarter in. For anyone who doesn't know, if there's anyone lurking, anyone who's just stumbled across this for the first time, you are watching Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. This is the name of the channel. I am Delta Mike, not my real name. It's my initials in the NATO phonetic alphabet. DM. D for Delta, M for Mike. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets or in a field. And I'm in a tent nowadays in a field, rather than directly in a field, which I was for the first 4 or 5 months. That's Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Kind of a tourist hub, but not touristy as in it's not nightclubby. There are one or two for younger people, but it's not Ibiza, you know. It's mainly holiday homes, second homes. A lot of people from Madrid have second homes here. A lot of people from the UK, Norway, Sweden, Finland come here to their either second homes, holiday homes, or just on holiday here and rent apartments and things. So Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja, that's the channel. You are watching a TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed the events in my life during the previous 7 days. Don't do that so much now. Here we just hang out and chat. I talk with you guys. You type your questions or your comments. I prattle on for a couple of hours around about the topics and anything else that sparks my imagination. And we go from there, folks. We go from there. I do on a Sunday, usually on a Sunday, but sometimes on the Friday, I will incorporate the events of the week, usually on the Sunday. Friday, I will talk in general about the events of the week. Sunday, I will go more in depth from my notes and recap the events of the week at some point during that. I usually aim for 4 hours for the chat, for the stream. After 4 hours, YouTube will process all of the different resolutions for the videos and the timing, synchronizing chat replay to the video, and make that available in 20 minutes or so if I hit the 4 hour mark. If I don't hit 4 hours, they will take 15 or 18 hours to do the same job and view me as unworthy of their attention. So let's try and keep going a little while. Jasper, I bought a new razor with 3 heads. Normally don't like, but got one, then face itchy. Was it an actual Mach 3? A Gillette Mach 3? I've got one here somewhere, and I've got a 5-pack of they're not actual legitimate Gillette blades, but they're compatible. And I must have had them 6 years now. And they must actually be proper real stainless steel. There's not a dot of rust on them, despite having been through 2 floods, in the wet and damp and in a tent with moisture, and they're great still. They're great still. Before using them, I would probably dip them in boiling water just for just to sanitize them. But yeah, no. But yeah, if you've had a beard, if you're not used to, if you shave, it can feel itchy afterwards. Yeah. The flip side, when you start to grow a beard, if you're not used to having a beard, the first few weeks can be quite itchy when you've got a beard. So it's one of those, isn't it? Gary's yogurt, double cream, plain, tastes good to me, and it jumped. Mike, do you get plantains by your side? I've never had a yam, and what is spam? Hold on. It jumped again. Where? No, it's gone backwards. It's gone the other way this time. What is spam? Spiced pork and ham, I believe. It's a mixture of different meats and spices. Is it the same as bully beef? Okay, so corned meat. So corned beef is interesting. I always assumed it was a similar thing, that it was meat watered down with corn. No, corned beef is 100% beef, but added salt, but like 99.5% beef. To corn something is kind of to grate it, to break it down into small pieces. It's an old English term for breaking stuff down into small bits, chopping it up really, really fine. That is what to corn something means. So corned beef has got nothing to do with wheat or corn or any other grains. I thought it had. I thought it meant to mix it, to dilute it, to adulterate it with other. No, corned beef is just beef and salt. The salt is there for extending the shelf life. I always find it a little bit straight out of the can. It's too salty. It has to be cooked down and added to other things otherwise it is too salty. But no, to corn a meat is just to chop it up really finely, or usually mechanically. Basically, think grated. Bully beef, I don't know. That's an old term used, I think, during the war years. Bully beef. What is bully beef? You've got Google. You could have looked this up yourself. I appreciate the questions because it keeps chat going, or it keeps me going with chat. Bully beef. What the fuck? Canned corned beef, same thing, right? Beef, chopped really finely, made from finely minced beef and a small amount of gelatin. Okay. The name likely originates from the French word bouilli. So this is like bouillon, which means boiled beef. Famously known for its distinctive oblong Hereford brand tin and its role as a staple military ration during the World Wars. During wartime, canned corned beef was an essential field ration. So it's, I guess, it's like corned beef, but with the addition of more gelatin. Now, gelatin you can get from multiple things. You can add it directly. But if you boil down the connective tissues of meat, so some of the things that would ordinarily probably get cut off, cut away, and cut off and thrown away, or maybe go to animal product or something. But if you boil them down, you get that gelatinous. What's what I'm looking for? Texture, gelatinous texture. Anyway, yeah, that. So it's a reliable store-cupboard staple for soldiers, and subsequently, when they came home, everybody liked it and wanted to carry on eating it. Beyond just slicing it for sandwiches, bully beef is widely celebrated in Caribbean, African, and British Commonwealth cuisines. In the Caribbean, particularly in Jamaica, it is transformed into a highly flavourable, quick-to-prepare meal by sautéing it with aromatic vegetables. Isn't that interesting? Aromatic. Saute finely chopped onions, garlic, thyme, bell peppers, and Scotch bonnet chili. Oh, wow, spicy. In a skillet with a bit of oil. Add chopped tomatoes, a splash of ketchup to add moisture and acidity. Now you know. So it sounds like it's very similar to corned beef, but with the addition of a little bit of gelatin, either naturally sourced or added externally. Plantains. You asked about plantains. Are you talking about the banana plantains, or the green kind of herb? There's a green plant called a plantain, but there's the banana variant, like a less sweet banana, like a savoury banana almost. I've seen people make curries with banana skin, and I guess you could do the same with plantain skin, and the flesh. You can put the flesh of a banana, and I guess again a plantain into a curry. That'd be interesting. Again, Wary Wolf, Weary, Wary as in tired, Wolf Adventures on YouTube. He made a curry not long ago with the banana skin. Said it was delicious. You cut it up small. Some people, there's discussion about whether you should scrape the white from the inside of the skin first and throw that away. But in my experience, most of that white's quite sweet. The stringy bits, when you take the banana out and there's about 6 or 8 of those stringy fibres clung like to the veins of the banana. Those are quite acrid and bitter. Maybe throw those away. But I think most of that white stuff on the inside's fine. He left all that in. Just cut the ends, top and tail, the skin, chop it up fairly small, and leave it in the curry. Yeah, hold on. Double cream. Okay, I've never had a yam. And what is okay? That's the spam and bully beef. It's not Benny Doom. Benny Doom. Did you say you had cherubism? I did indeed, Jasper. If you look up those pictures, some of them will be me. When you see X-rays, I was in all the scientific literature back in the day. Let's have a look. Nowadays, there's a lady who campaigns about this stuff, and she's much more affected. Her bottom jaw is extended a couple of inches downwards. Very brave lady, and to be out in the media like that. Yeah, this lady. Let me show you this. Victoria Wright. I had that, but not as bad. You see the bulging eyes? My eyes were like that as a kid. You see the pronounced cheekbones? I had those. And I also had bulging bottom jaw. Not extended like hers, but bulging. When we had relief teachers, when we had new teachers in school, student teachers or someone standing in, I would always get called out to the front of the class and told to take the gobstopper out of my mouth. I don't know whether gobstopper translates to foreign folk. Gobstopper is a big round, like a golf ball, sweet. I looked like that as a kid, without the beard, obviously, but gob sticking out here, here, here. When I was 16, I had an operation to shave away excess bone here. They literally popped my eyes out so that they could get in and shave the orbits and the cheek around there. And then about 2 or 3 months later, so this was between fifth form, leaving school and going into the sixth form. About 3 months later, I'm sat in the sixth form and this girl called Cynthia turns to me and she says, "I thought you were getting your face fixed." Thank you, Cynthia. Fuck you very much. I don't think she meant any harm by it. It's just really embarrassing at the time. Along with all the times that people said that they weren't having the school class photo. So if you remember at school, you had the individual picture taken, then there was a class photo, and various size photos were sent home in a pack for each person. And then you selected what you wanted to keep, and you paid depending on what you kept, and you sent back stuff you didn't want. Everyone used to bring the class photo back. And some of them would say quite pointedly, "Mum says we don't want that because of ugly on the front row or on the back row or whichever row I was on." So yeah, cherubism. That's me. Fibroid granuloma is a term you want to look up if you want to look that up. See this guy here, look. Okay, again, worse than me. Look at the teeth. My teeth were all over the place. Not quite that bad. But I had teeth erupt and coming outwards here and here and all over, everywhere except on the jawline, on the normal ridge, gum ridge that teeth would come from. See if we can find a picture that I would think might be me. It would have to be an X-ray. Oh God. So have a look at this. This is the reason it's called cherubism. You see the eyes? So there's bony protrusions behind the eyeball and under the eye pushing upwards. And you see the white under the eye? That's called the sclera or celera. I'm not sure of the pronunciation. Sclera. That looking up to heaven is the reason it's called cherubism. It's meant to be kind of angelic. The belief that you're permanently looking to the heavens. That's why it's called cherubism, folks. I guess my X-rays no longer cut it. I'm too long ago. 3D now it's more 3D stereoscopic images and MRIs and stuff. Mine would just be standard X-rays. I think if I scrolled long enough, I might. Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh, look at this poor kid in the top half. Look at that bottom jaw. Oh my! Now I was always told you'll grow into it. You'll grow into your face as you get older. And as I got to 16, I hadn't quite grown into it in the way they thought. So they did this bone shaving stuff, re-sculpting my face. Maxillofacial surgery. I'm missing a word there somewhere. Maxillofacial? That's not facial. Facial's not the right word. I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, cherubism. No electric Remington for Jasper. I've got electric beard trimmer and electric hair trimmers. The big panic last time Karen came was that I couldn't find my hair trimmer is a UK plug, and my EcoFlow's a Spanish plug. I needed an adapter. I've only got one and I couldn't find it. I found it in the end. It was attached to the electric blanket from the winter previous. My mum used to make, this is Gary in South Africa, or I'm not sure. Are you from, I always ask this, don't I? Are you from South Africa or are you from the Netherlands? My mum used to make a spicy banana salad type dish with mayo and a few other ingredients. It was an old recipe from the Seychelles. Damn, I miss that home cooked food. I love banana sandwiches. You just butter some bread or marge, any kind of, whatever your spread of choice is. Either butter or marge. No, don't be going off on mayo or whatever because of that egg thing again. Peel the banana, chop it on the bias, chop it diagonally to maximise surface area, and just put the pieces, lay them out on your bread. Some people might sprinkle a little bit of sugar over the banana even. I never needed that. Just a little slice, second piece of bread over the top, cut it in half, either across or on the diagonal if you're posh. I was never posh. I went for oblong. Sandwiches. Hello, you. Hold on, folks. We have a visitor. She's just woken up and she's looking a little bit confused. A little lost and lonely. Hold on. Hey, babe. Are you going to talk to the peoples for me? Oh, I hit the flash button. It didn't come on. Hey, babe. Here. Come on, she just literally had her head here. Come on, babe. Hey. You're not going to, are you? You don't like the light. You don't like the light. I know you don't. I just thought you might. Yeah, I know there's a fly there. Leave it alone. It's okay. I'll get Agent Orange on it in a minute. Come here. Come on. Come here. Yeah. Oh, she likes that. Hey, babe. Oh, yeah. Is it a mozzie? Hold on. I think that's a mosquito, isn't it? It is. Do you think I can get it? No. Is the answer? I'll have to play that back. Slow motion. We need a replay. Fucker's back. No, I missed. Oh, I got you there. No, I didn't. The fuck? 4 swings and I missed. Here's my girl. You going back, Seepies? Not with you. You're a fucker. Oh, I got you. No, I didn't. Jesus Christ. Okay. This time. More than any other time, this time. We're gonna find a way. Find a way to get away this time. Bringing it all together to get the fly. Fuck you. Need a new kind of spray. Fuck you. I woke up last night with a bloody with a bite, a mosquito bite. The welt came up like a fucking. It was like one half of a golf ball. Let me plug this back in. The only problem with spraying so much of that is that Tina really doesn't like it. With her nose being so sensitive. What are they? 1,000 times more sensitive than us when it comes to smells? So a nasty acrid smell like fly spray is too much for a doggy. Do you want to go under the cover, darling, so that you're not sniffing it? Stay under the cover for 5 minutes. That's okay. Going underground. Reconnecting. You are live. I was just saying, Tina's gone under the covers so that she doesn't have to smell the nastiness. So how do you make banana spicy then? What spices would go well with banana? Why is this not level? Hold on. Mr. S, hello my friend. Cherub Babe, Tommy Tombstone, hello mate. Kids can be brutal, they can. And you know, I'm not, I wasn't above being a bit brutal with other kids myself, so I can't complain. Robert Z. Dar, or Z. Dar, Manic Cop. This has cherubism. I don't know who that is. I'll have a look in a minute. Kids can be brutal, they can't. Cherub babies in classical paintings. Yeah, they were a bit chubby and fat as well, so that was another that I didn't have that, but yeah. Well, I guess I did as a baby, but yeah. Classical painters often looking up or to the side now you mention it. It is that you will find that some actors and actresses when they're in films look like they're not looking at the person they're meant to be talking to. And again, it's to reveal that white sclera or celery. Let me, you know how we are, folks. We come here for education. Let's get an actual fucking pronunciation guide for that. Fuck, what? How dare you fly right at me? I, with an EYI, sclera. I'm guessing at the sclera. Okay, SCLERA. Pronunciation. How to say sclera. See, I've been saying it wrong already. 16 seconds. Are you playing? That's just a picture. Where did this? I clicked on 16 seconds. Where are you? Search inside image. No. Where's the 16-second? That's an image. What is this shit? Oh, hold on. Continue with cookies. Just play the fucking audio. And I don't want an 18-second advert.
Sclera.
Sclera. I would have never done that. I would have never gone there in a million years. I always said sclera. Sclera. Sclera.
Sclera.
Sclera. Okay. Hey, today I learned something. And maybe you did too. It's the white around the eyes, but in particular the under the eye. Sclera. Now you know. If you didn't know already, now you know. How do I get out of this shit? That was a corned beef and bully beef. Oh, you're back. I wanted you to talk to the people. You didn't. You fucked off. Yeah, it was so cute. Hello, baby girl. Hello, my baby girl. Rah. You okay? Tina's okay? You've been asleep, haven't you? You've woken up and you're a little bit confused. Have you ever seen when a dog's been dreaming and they wake up and they're not sure what's real and what's not? Sometimes it takes about 30 seconds to work out what's what. I'd love to know what they dream about. Do they have nightmares? Do they dream that their doggy daddy died or whatever, and then they wake up and fuck, he's there? Is this real? I had a dream. I've had a dream a few times that Tina's dead, and then you wake up and realise no, she's not. It was just a dream. But it took five or so seconds to calm down and realise what was real, what was not. Scrolling, folks, scrolling. Cherubs were looking up or to the side, yeah. There's Mr. S, Mr. Shirafsha. What stream did I just join? The best TrampCast on YouTube. Evening, Mr. S, says Tommy Tombstone. Evening, Tina and Delta, says Mr. S. This was at 36. That's like 9, 10, oh God, 11, 12 minutes ago. Robert Zidar has cherubism. Don't know who it is, but I'll believe you. Let me find out who that is. I'm not sure of the spelling or whether there's a typo there. Robert I'll go with A's. I'll put Zidar. Oh, that's how you spell Robert, with a 9 in it. Oh yeah, look at that face. I can see it in the jawline. Looks a little bit like Steven Seagal with the dark hair in that one. Oh, but look, yeah, you can see it. You can really see it there. Oh, wow. I don't know who this is, but Robert James Zdarsky, better known by his stage name Robert Zidar, with an apostrophe, was, hold on, that doesn't sound good, was an American actor and film producer. Best known his role as Matt Cordell in the cult slasher film Maniac Cop. Died in 2015, age 65. Fuck, that's young. Oh, I hope that's not a thing. I hope that's not a thing. Do we die young? Oh, fuck, now we've got to look. Hold on. Whoa! Oh, now you've got me worried. Cherubism, life expectancy. Oh, fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Cherubism does not affect a person's life expectancy. Thank fuck for that. Individuals with... Do you know... Right, I'll tell you how old I am. You could type cherubism into Google and get 0 results. Fucking 0 results. 1994. No, that wouldn't have been Google. That would be other search engines. 2000. 2001. Google didn't really start until 2000? Maybe 1999. Yeah, no, you could type cherubism into Google and get 0 results. Okay, individuals with the condition generally have a normal lifespan. Thank fuck for that. I was worried there. That guy died young. Normal lifespan and normal intelligence. Get fucked. Do not class my intelligence as normal. I would not lower myself to call it normal. I know what you mean. You mean that we're not, mentally, what's a normal word nowadays? Handicapped, retarded. We're not Down syndrome. We're not special. The genetic disorder is strictly localized to the jawbones and is considered self-limiting. Key facts. If anyone wants an education about cherubism, here we go. I'll dive in quickly. I haven't read this. This stuff didn't exist. AI summarizing wasn't a thing. Spontaneous regression. The abnormal painless growth in the jaw typically progress throughout early childhood and stabilize around puberty. So grow into your face, as I said. As the patient reaches adulthood, the fibrous tissue is gradually replaced by normal bone, and facial contours frequently become near normal by age 30. Or you'll grow into it by adulthood, 30. The condition is entirely benign, carries an exceptionally low risk of malignant transformation. Low risk is not no risk. Quality of life. While life expectancy is unaffected, the severity of the disease varies greatly. In more aggressive cases, the rapid growth of the jaw can cause temporary functional challenges, such as displaced teeth. You're not kidding. Delayed speech, no. Or difficulty breathing and chewing. Fuck no, I was never that bad. Management. Healthcare providers usually recommend monitoring, yeah. That's why I was the guinea pig in a teaching hospital 4 or 5 times a year. Let's get an idea of how many cherubism numbers, UK or worldwide. What do we want? Let's go UK first. There was only 3 families when I was a kid. They only knew about 3 families. Ultra rare genetic disorder, and it's what's called an orphan disease. You couldn't get any research done into it because there was no money to be made from big pharma or whatever. No one would research it because there was so few cases. Here we go. Hold on. There have only been roughly 350 to 500 confirmed cases documented worldwide, meaning only a tiny fraction of these cases reside in the UK. Because the condition is so rare and often resolves spontaneously after puberty, the UK National Health Service does not maintain an active registry or separate epidemiological statistics specifically for cherubism cases. Craniofacial, that was where I was going before with my maxillofacial and craniofacial. I knew I was missing a word. "500 documented cases worldwide in the history of mankind, folks." Old gobstopper face here, or gerbil, whichever one you want to go with. Bacon and tomato sounds lovely. Bacon and banana. I said tomato there, didn't I? Bacon and banana toasted sandwich is the best. I can imagine that. Mango slices, and mango's not something you get often in the UK. Hold on, which one's mango? That's the one with the flat stone that runs all the way through, yeah? Real pain in the ass to get out. That's mango, yeah? Green, flecky skin, but flat, oval stone all the way through the middle. Is that a mango? I think I'm remembering the right one. My dad used to bring all these. My dad worked in Africa and used to bring all these exotic fruits back. Like you're talking in the 70s when the UK had never heard of a mango or a nectarine or I don't remember some of the others. Bacon and banana. Man, I might have to try that. That sounds good. Scrolling back, hold on. Jasper, some of my family look like Marty Feldman. Yeah, what did they go with? They didn't go with sclera. Sclera, they went with, I think. Yeah, but that doesn't sound right to me. Was your operation expensive and painful? No, it's free. It was on the NHS. Even though it was classed as cosmetic, I'd been, I'm not going to say bullied, but I'd been teased my entire life. So this started to become visible to my mum when I was about 2 years old. So imagine you've got a kid, perfectly normal, And then the face just starts to puff out, but solid bone, age 2.5. And she's telling doctors, look, there's something wrong. And the doctors they'd already got my mum labelled as a hypochondriac. And so when she's there saying, no, there's something wrong with his face, it's not right, they wouldn't listen. And by the time I was 4.5, I was referred to we went to Barnsley General first to see orthodontists, dental specialists. And then we were referred from there to the Charles Clifford Dental Teaching Hospital, or University Hospital, whatever it's called, in Sheffield. We had to take 3 buses to get there. It took about an hour and a half to get there and an hour and a half back. And sometimes they'd have us waiting in the waiting room for fucking 6 hours. We'd have like this 10-hour day. And none of it was for my benefit. It was for them to document and learn and teach. They'd bring students around. There'd be 20 or 30 students in the room while I'm being examined. And none of it turns out, none of it was for my benefit. They did nothing except monitor, like we just read. The NHS thing is just to monitor. Paint white dots on my face and take this stereo photograph, this stereograph, 3D photo with the white dots. Obviously nowadays it's all MRIs and all of that crap. Never had any of that. But it was all X-ray. I had more X-rays as a kid and blood pressure taken every time. I remember being at school when I was about 15 and they came around and did a medical on everyone. And everyone was like weirded out. They couldn't believe what was involved. Blood pressure, when the cuff expands and cuts off the blood supply in the arm. And everyone was freaked out. And I'd had literally hundreds. 5 a year every year for 12 years or whatever. I guess that's not hundreds. That sounds like 60. But yeah. I don't know, folks. Let's move on. Was your opposite? Was the opera? It wasn't expensive. It was all free. It was NHS, but painful. Yeah. I had black eyes for about 3 weeks. My poor mum. She had no understanding of where the hospital was that I was in. Beaumont Hospital. It's gone now, but she didn't know how to get there by bus or so she walked. And she was walking 4 or 5 miles each way, sometimes twice a day to come and see me while I was in. Yeah. She could have just gone into Lancaster on a bus and then gotten a different bus and come out of Lancaster. And she'd have been there. It would have cost, not much. But she didn't know. So painful, yeah. The 2 black eyes, it felt like I had a broken nose. I mean, it was, like I said, they literally popped my eyes out and rested them and then shaped and sculpted. So everything was bruised. They also, as well as going, they went in through the eye and down. And they also, whenever I go to a dentist, I've got this big scar all along it. So if you go between your top lip and your teeth and push up as high as you can, I've got a big ridge, a big scar all along. And they look at it, and every dentist knows it's something unusual because they cut in and lift your face off, basically. So as well as going in and down from the eye socket, they're going in and up in your mouth and drilling it. They get the angle grinder in, kind of thing, and then flush out all the bits and then for months afterwards, every now and again, some fleck of bone would work its way back out and through the gum or the cheek on the inside, and you spit out this piece of bone that's become a lump. You feel a lump growing in your gum or in your cheek, and then it starts to become sharp. It starts to stick out, and then eventually you spit the fucker out. Um, I don't know. Moving on. The AI voice won't know how to pronounce anything. I think your original way is better. When I said sclera or whatever, yeah, I don't know. They're usually I usually find those pronunciation guides fairly good, but I don't know. The guy you're talking about, the wide jaw on that actor fella, yeah, yeah. It's once you know what to look for, it's quite apparent. It's what I would guess if I read a similar Latin derived word as Tom. Why would they dream different than any other animals, for example, humans? No, I mean, they're going to have good dreams and bad dreams, I guess. How do they make sense of it after, though? Because they're not, well, they're sentient, but they're not, what's the word? Sapient. They're not as aware, they're not as intelligent, they're not as logical, rational. Sapient is the best word I've got. Um, Yeah. No, she wakes up from some dreams and I can tell that she's kind of lost. She's trying to work out which is real. I did this one. I had sleep paralysis once. I've had it a couple of times. But I had it one time where in my dream I was holding my breath because I was underwater in the swimming pool. And there's a load of people swimming above me and I couldn't get to the surface. I couldn't get up and and breathe. And I woke up. I'm in my bed, but I'm holding my breath. I couldn't move, and I had to decide whether to breathe or not. And if I breathed and I was underwater, I'd be dead. And it just took me that 5 or 10 seconds to work out which was real. By which time I'm bursting to breathe out and in. But if I'm underwater, I'm dead. Um, yeah. I think we've just done top of the hour, have we, folks? Oh, we're 4 minutes past, but I'm 2 hours and the odd minute or two here. Cheers, folks. We're on the 2 hour mark. I'll finish this, get the next coffee down, and I will have to just go to the little boy's room. A little bit more. If you could just stick with me for 2 minutes while I go. Oh, while I go and then come back. Where am I on this beer? About 2/3, 3/4 of the way. I have got the tripod. The 3 beers waiting to be drunk. I'm going to mute you just for 2 minutes because, you don't want to listen to my micturation. And we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Took a little longer than I thought. Weirdly, because I've changed my clothes for the first time in 6 months, I keep forgetting to do my fly up because it was bust on the other trousers. So for the last 3 months or so, I haven't been pulling my fly up because there was no fly to pull up. And now I keep finding that I'm walking around with it wide open. Too much info. You didn't need to know that. That's not what you called. Let's scroll. Steven Seagal. That's what the guy kind of looked like. I don't remember the name, but I will look into him a little bit more. Robert Zadar, with an apostrophe between the Z and the D, or the Z and the D, if you must. Mr. North Korea. Oh, also friends with Putin, isn't he? Putin. Sheepdog dream of electric robots. Do androids dream of electric sheep? What's that called? Oh, come on, the film. You know the film. Harrison Ford. 4 or 5 different versions of it. The initial one with the noir narration. And there's a version with a happy ending where they run off through the woods together at the end. What's it called? They're hunting the Nexus 6 robots. Rutger Hauer, Daryl Hannah. It was 1984. It's a visual spectacular, and I can't remember the name of it. One of you's going to have posted it already. No, I'm off. Have a good one all. Mr. S, Blade Runner. Cheers, Jack. I couldn't get there, mate. I could not get. I had all the details of it, just not the fucking name. And they said normal intelligence. They were wrong. Cheers, Mr. S. Catch you next time, my friend. Have a good one. Good to know that Jack's lurking in the background. Cheers. I'm feeling like I need to finish this can. This can's gone too tepid. It's warming up. Let's see what we can do about that. We'll put that there just for a second. Stay connected. Take a can from the back. Oh, they're not as cold as they were. Make sure it's plugged in. Oh, yes, it wasn't plugged in. That would have been running down on battery. It's been a great lamp, that. That has been a good lamp. Karen bought me one, and then I think I'd had it about a fortnight when the police stole it. And she just went out and got me another. Phenomenal. Sometimes, folks, you just have to have nice friends who look after you. Cheers to Karen and everyone else who was invested deeply in a tramp. Quiet, Tina. It's just people walking past down. Just people walking past. They don't mean there's any harm. At least most of them don't. You're okay. Go see, please. There's my girl. Okay, folks, we're on 2 hours, 12 minutes of the stream. What are we going to talk about now? Thumbs up if you haven't already. Always appreciated. Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja is the full name of the channel. Delta Mike, that's me, down and out, homeless, and lots of other synonyms for homeless, including tramp and hobo. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am a Brit trapped by circumstance in Spain. Lots of different circumstances, including a dog that's got a body that seems to be falling apart around her. But I love her, and so I carry her around. Well, I was discussing earlier, who was I talking with? I think it's George. It must have been yesterday. Getting a pushchair, a doggy perambulator, a doggy pram. The only problem with that is she doesn't always know when she needs the loo. So she can't always signal to me that what's necessary. And more folks, more and more the front legs are giving in. While I've got the belt around her waist and I'm carrying the back end, more and more the front legs are bending and buckling. Yeah. Obviously, I want to keep her going as long as possible. I want to keep her as long as possible. There's no signs of pain, but I know sometimes that's one of the things that goes, the signaling or the awareness of pain. So when she's here on the bed, she's a normal self and she's cuddly and reactive and responsive. She just can't get on and off the bed. She can't go anywhere. When we come in from a walk and I lay her down in front of the door, her water bowl is 2 foot away. She can't get to it. She just has to whimper to signal to me that that's what she wants. She whimpers and I have to guess any one of the 6 things that she might want. Does she want water? Does she want food? Does she need a pee or a poo? Does she just want to go outside for walkies? Is there just something else that she wants? Is she uncomfortable the way she's laying? Sometimes she can let me know some of these things, sometimes she can't. And so, puppy pads. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, folks, I don't think we're going to get to the 4-hour mark today. I'm running out of stuff to talk about, and there's not putting a nappy on her. No, I haven't thought about a nappy per se, but we've got these puppy pads under her. So when I lay her on the bed, I make sure that her back end is deposited on these pads. I've only got the 1 pack of them though, and I don't know where to get more. I mean, a vet's would be the obvious answer, but I don't know. I don't know what they're called in Spanish, and I don't know how much they would be, and I can't get there. The logistics is a little bit awkward, folks. The logistics is a little bit awkward. So if she poos on these pads, it's no problem. Usually, apart from she's just had a little bout of bad guts, diarrhea, but usually her poo's solid. I just if she poos on the pads, pick it up, put it in a bag, throw it outside, and every now and again take them and bag them up away. So usually poo's not a problem. The pee, obviously, it's very ammonia, very pungent. I'll take the pads, I'll dry them out, I'll bring them back in. I'm trying to make the pads last as long as possible because we haven't got an infinite supply. But nappy, I don't know about doggy. I don't even know if doggy nappies is a thing. Whoa. I don't know. I'm just wondering, because I'm carrying the back end, when the front end goes, then what? What kind of life has she got there? We don't go far at the minute, like 100 meters that way or 50 meters that way. Occasionally we'll make it to the cliff tops about once every 3 months. We made it there one day last week. I'd like to do that more. I'd like to pack a rucksack and go, you know, for a, even if it's just the 200, 300 meters to the cliff tops, sit there and have a picnic and look out to the sea. Maybe first thing in the morning and catch a sunrise and then have a picnic or something. That'd be nice. We just don't get. I don't get out of this field. I don't think she's that bothered. I don't think she notices that we haven't gone anywhere. I notice it. I was talking. Who was I talking with? Oh, it'd be Ismo. A few days ago, Tina's uncle Ismo, one of my best friends. Uh, I was talking with Ismo, and he was saying whether or not we could get into town, Los Locos Beach, Murph's Bar, where we used to go for breakfast periodically. See, there are two hills. We've got the sea on one side, and two sides we've got hills. So I used to like going to Tweety's for fish and chips, but it's up a hill. And in her doggy wheelchair, she would have struggled with that hill anyway. I'd either have to pull her up part of it or push her up part of it. But now that her front legs are going as well, I don't think we'd make it there if we set off to go there. We certainly can't get to Torre del Morro. We did it once when she first got her wheelchair, and it almost killed both of us getting there. It's a steep hill that. She wouldn't get that now. The other way, going south from here along the seafront, is flat. 500 meters along, there are 3 or 4 bars on the right hand side. To the left, opposite those, there's a cliff top that we used to spend a lot of time on. So maybe we could get that far. It's 400 or 500 meters though. So there's the cliff tops, or there's the little bars there. But the Murph's, where we used to go, where me and Ismo and another guy, Christian, where we used to go for breakfast, that's a kilometre and a half away, and I'm not sure Tina could make that anymore. We could try, maybe. I would have to wrap her lead, so I'd be carrying the back end. Or I'll put her in for a distance like that. We'll go in the doggy wheelchair. I'll have to carry her first and walk her and the peas and poos. She can't do that in the wheelchair. It makes a mess. I'd have to walk her normally, then put her in the wheelchair, and then we'd have to go. But now I'd have to have her lead, the front end, her collar, wrapped really tight around my arm, and I'd have to support that so that when the front legs give, she doesn't fall. I don't want her falling down with a metal cage around her. So I'd have to hold her up and suspend her. Helen, hello. It's been a while. Hi, Mike. How are you? Asks Yoga with Helen. How am I? I think I'm okay. I'm going through certain perturbations because of the health of my doggy darling. She's in, I was going to say terminal decline. I guess that's possibly not too far from the truth. Back leg's not working, front leg's starting to fade, double incontinence. Am I overstating it to call it terminal decline? But yeah, a doggy pram that I could put her in might be a thing. It's a shame that the wheelchair wasn't useful for as long as it might have been. I might have to donate that back to the dog sanctuary. We might have one more go at going somewhere. I might arrange to meet Ismo for breakfast at Murph's, and just see whether we can make it that far. It's a long way, given her current condition. We might have to settle for one of these other bars, just 400 or 500 meters along instead. I don't know. But yeah, Jasper, sorry, it wasn't Tommy, Jasper. A perambulator, a doggy pushchair. Yeah. But like I said, the double incontinence thing, she doesn't know what she needs to do and when. It could get messy. So I need wet wipes. I've run out of wet wipes. I've got tissues. Like I said, a few days ago, she had I don't know why she had a bad stomach. She's been eating plants. She's been nibbling on plants while we're walking. And I assumed that she knew what she needed. If she needs a certain vitamin or whatever. But I think she must have munched on a bad plant and it's given her a bad stomach at some point. And it was for like 4 or 5 days. In the end, I had to kind of starve her to flush it out and not put anything new in and wait and then gradually reintroduce food and make sure that the output was solid. Sorry, folks, I'm getting a bit graphic. You're trying to pick up gravy in a doggy poo bag from off your bed on a puppy pad on the bed, but that's not where you want to be. That's not where you want to be. No, it's not arthritis, Jasper. It's almost paralysis. There's a thing, isn't there? People thought it was, what's the thing that dogs get where the back legs go, in particular German Shepherds? Hip dysplasia? But the vet said it's not that. We had a vet out one time and no, it's not that. But so this is almost a year ago, I think. Might even be more. She gave me a month's worth of vitamins and a month's worth of painkillers and said if it didn't get better after that, we might have to think about. And I'm like, fuck off, no. Just no. We're not putting her down just because she didn't get better after taking a month's worth of painkillers. What the fuck are you talking about? When she's on my bed, it's our bed. When she's on the bed, she's a lovely normal self. She just can't get around. I'm not putting her down while she's still here and while she's not in pain. And if I can just put a belt under her waist and walk her. But now the front legs are starting to go, so it's not quite that easy. If I have to get a second belt and put that under her front legs and under her armpits and hold the front end up while she tries to walk, I'll do that. I will carry her wherever she needs to go for as long as she needs to go, as long as I'm able. Now, the way she collapses around at the minute with me just holding the back end, she's kind of ragging my back around, and I am struggling. It's having an impact on this old man with his white beard and his bad back. 35 kilos. I'm carrying the back half. By my guesstimate, the back half's the heavier half. I'm carrying 20 kilos wherever we go. And she's not walking in a straight line. She's swaying around. She's that way. She's this way. She's under my feet. It's. See, this degenerative myelopathy sounds more like what I've been saying all along about degenerative. The first symptom was the tickle spot. So dogs usually either side, somewhere around the belly button, the umbilicus, they have you tickle and all the nerves get excited and the back leg, one of the legs will do that, one of the back legs. She always had that. And it became you could touch her anywhere on the underside. And the back legs did that. And she'd collapse. If she stood up, she'd collapse. You touch her anywhere. It got to the point where you could touch her neck or the top of her head and the back legs collapsed. So the signals were getting lost from the nerves. They weren't insulated. It's like the wiring's not insulated. The myelin sheath or whatever it's called around the spine and around other nerves. It's like those were dissolving and signals were leaking out and being picked up where they shouldn't be. And the back legs started to weaken and to not work as well. When I'm carrying her, she can pick them up and out the way while she has a wee and then put them back down. They'll cross over each other. They're kind of disfigured and twisted. But when she needs to pick them up and out of the way for a piss, she can do that. Just most of the time. Sometimes I have to clean her off a bit, but usually. But yeah, this I said it was like my approximation of it was MS. That was which sounds like the same kind of thing. Degenerative myelopathy isn't MS. What does that stand for? It's to do with myelin and the myelin sheath. Hold on. Is it multiple sclerosis? No, not MS. Fuck off. Disease. Multiple sclerosis, chronic autoimmune disease where the immune system attacks the protective sheath, myelin, covering the nerve fibers, the brain, spinal cord, and optic nerves. This disrupts nerve signals, causing symptoms like vision loss, extreme fatigue, numbness, tingling, and mobility issues. Now, that's not a perfect match. But it sounds, to my untrained, I say I'm untrained, I've watched every episode of House, so I am a fully qualified doctor almost. I've made the comparison with MS since almost the beginning. Now, there was the complication that she had shit kicked out of her by police, and so for a while there was like the spinal injury argument. The longer we go and the more it deteriorates, I don't think it's that. That doesn't make me their friend. I'm still against them. I'm against them. If I find a way to get my own back on them, I would, and I will. But I don't think that's this. I don't think taking a kicking causes degeneration. Not that I know of. But yeah, the thing that Jack just listed there, degenerative myelopathy, often seen in older German Shepherds, leads to gradual loss of coordination, strength in the hind legs, eventually progressing to paralysis and incontinence. Similar to ALS, that would have been the other one. What do we call ALS? It's Lou Gehrig disease in America, and it's not ME. Hold on. Another word for ALS. It's the one that not Alan Turing, the guy in the wheelchair, Stephen Hawking had. And David Niven died of it. Oh, I'm going to have to look it up, aren't I? You've probably typed it before I get there, but I'm going to look it up anyway. If I type David Niven cause of death. That's not how you spell cause, but there's a correction. Motor neuron. motor neuron disease, ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease. Too many names for one disease. I'm a trial. It's that sclerosis again, isn't it? Like multiple sclerosis. What does sclerosis actually mean? Sclerosis. Let's just get just that word. The rest, the amatrial, whatever. I'm not too bothered about. But sclerosis. Hold on. Why have I got a? I got a PayPal. Hopefully that's on the outside of the fucking tent wall. Sorry to anyone with headphones on that. Sclerosis is a term means the hardening or stiffening of body tissue. Isn't that liver disease is the same thing as it's the scar tissue on the liver, but it can be other stuff. Multiple sclerosis, systemic sclerosis, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. That's the one. Lou Gehrig's disease also. Yeah, they go with an American definition. The death of neurons controlling voluntary muscles, leading to stiff muscles twitching. Yeah, it's interesting that it's only the voluntary muscles, like the movement of hands and legs. The stuff that you have no control over, heartbeats and lungs and breathing and that all the autonomic stuff just carries on as normal. I always wondered about that. I am an AI, not a doctor, if you're experiencing new unexplained symptoms. Yeah. Sclerosis. Jack over here is like my personal researcher when he's here. When myelin... Yeah, it's the myelin sheath, isn't it, around the nerves? Where are we? I like House. I remember little girl got drunk on mouthwash. Okay, Jasper. I like it. I've watched it all 3 or 4 times. When myelin is destroyed, it forms hardened scar tissue or lesions, plaques, in multiple places throughout the central nervous system. Similar to ALS. Hold on. I've jumped back now. I'm on the incontinence and doggy. Are you going to read out some jokes? I wouldn't normally. It's jumping on me. This jumping. Creepy people out near your tent. There was someone walking past before. They're not creepy. I mean, there is a track here that leads to some houses. Also leads to the beach. So in summer, you'll have like gangs of kids come down at 10, 11 at night to go and sit on the beach and get drunk and presumably have sex. But you've also got people who live down here who might be walking home from the pub or some such. Some of which are friendly enough and some of which are outright hostile towards my presence. I guess I bring down property values. Damn it, this is Gary. Damn it, Mike. Almost had a heart attack and fell off a ladder when you done that noise. I have to impersonate either an angry cat or a snake. I try both. Depending on what the animal is, but if it's a mouse or a rat, then the can get them. But make it sound. So a mouse would run away from either a cat or a snake. So I make both noises, and sometimes I'll do it, and you hear them fucking run away. It depends what the animal is. I had a rat out here a few times in the last week. I had a bag of dog food, a sack of dog food, and something nibbled the bottom corner really noisily. A mouse couldn't have got it, like thick, heavy, like a contractor bag. really thick plastic, and I've now got 2 mouse traps set out there trying to get it. But again, I haven't washed them out yet. I got to you got to like press down to make the mechanism work. It doesn't just go off at the merest touch. So it's entirely possible the rat could come along, lick out the ketchup or the barbecue sauce, whatever's in there, and just walk away. What I want is for the jaws of the mousetrap to snap. I don't expect it to kill a rat, but I expect the rat to run off attached to a fucking mousetrap. I'll buy some more shortly. Again, folks, if you're a prepper, buy mousetraps. Keep your preps safe from rodents, but also you can use them for trapping animals. Get yourself some meat come the zombie apocalypse. Pigeons. Weasels, stoats, whatever. I don't know. Hold on. Motor neuron disease is a broad umbrella term for a group of rare neurological diseases. I didn't know that. I thought it was just a synonym for... Okay, that's interesting. So it's a bit like dementia as a coverall, an umbrella term that includes a whole bunch of terms, including the one that I'm struggling to remember right now, because dementia, maybe. I've said in the past I thought I'd got a touch of the Alzheimer's. That's the main one that people know, but it's not the only one, is it? It's not the only dementia disease. It is an umbrella. Dementia is an umbrella term that includes Alzheimer's amongst others. Cheers, folks. We're on 2:39. I don't think we're going to make it to 4. I'm running out of things to talk about. Working backwards in case I missed anything. I thought it was a demon in the cupboard. You're all right. I apologize to anyone who had headphones on. I am always aware that sudden outbursts and sudden loud noises or whatever disproportionately shock or potentially harm people with headphones. So I apologize for that. But when I think I've got a rodent either inside the tent or just outside the tent. But see, there's various. So there's inside the bedroom. There's between the bedroom wall and the outer wall of the tent, and then there's outside the tent. So there's 3 potential avenues or vectors for the rodent, if indeed it's a rodent. There are some birds walk around here, but usually that's nearer dusk and just after sundown, just after sunset, rather than this time of night. But it's not unheard of for there to be some birds around. I heard a noise in the woodpile the other day, and I was convinced it was a rat, but it was a bird when it came out and flew away. I guess they're on the ground gathering nesting materials, maybe, for certain breeds. It's technically we're still in spring, aren't we? So yeah. I like House when he talks Chinese. The main episode where he did that was the one where the girl, she was asking, how did it go? She brought a mum with her, and she was trying to tell the mother had a cold or something, but she wanted birth control medicine, and somehow she switched the medicine, and her mum started getting sensitive boobs. The girl got the medication the wrong way around. Demon in the cupboard. Let me just work back a little more, make sure that I haven't missed anybody. Creepy people out near your tent. Not really. Not usually. I think I've seen all these. I don't think I've missed it. Do you know what? I don't even know. Oh my God. We're 2 hours 42 in. Guess the mistake that I've made the entire length of the stream. I'm on top chat, not live chat. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I thought Mother was pregnant. I don't think she was. I think she was too old. But yeah, she got the sensitive boobs and what have you because of the estrogen in the... Oh, look at this. Look, I've missed... Yeah, look at this. I've even missed some Jack Attack posts. Not a single specific disease itself. See, these parts were hidden. Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, dementia with Lewy bodies, frontotemporal dementia, mixed dementia. There's also early onset and whatever as well. Uh-oh, it scrolled. I thought Mother was pregnant in house. It's so easy to forget. It's so hard to pay attention. At the top chat versus live chat, all messages. Folks, anybody who has dropped in here, everybody, never, ever, ever, when you're attending a live stream, you always want to have chat open, but never just open chat and leave it at that. Never, ever, ever. I usually say this somewhere towards the beginning, and I didn't say it today. Top chat, you will miss somewhere between 5 and 10% of... Somewhere between 5 and 10% of all messages will be suppressed by default by top chat. You want the other option. There's only 2 options. There's top chat, there's live chat, all messages, and there's no chat. There's only 3 options. But you're not going to open the menu to select no chat, are you? Where's Farmer Fabrizio? I don't think we've seen him tonight, have we? I don't think he's been in. He was here on Sunday night. He welcomed me to my stream about 5 minutes before I was about to leave, before I was about to finish. Dalmatians have it, suggested. I didn't see that one. Yoga with Helen, I did see that and said hello. Nice to see you, Helen. I don't know if you're still there, but yeah, nice to see you. It has been a little while, but hold on. Here's one that I didn't see. Nagatitan, Chayafumensis. Kaya. I'm going to go Nagatitan Chayafumensis. That would be my attempt at a pronunciation. No idea what that is. I got Iloca stereo camera. See, this was another one that was hidden. I got Iloca stereo camera 1956. I had some stereo nude postcards. Oh, you're gonna get me in trouble with Marie again. We're back onto pornography. Should be complaining about the testosterone in chat. Guys, you give us technology and the first thing we do with it is porn. Porn built the internet. It built e-commerce. It's true. I'm not making this up. When moving pictures first started in like 1920s, whenever the hell that was, first thing that was done was so-called stag films. Pay a woman $50, get your kit off, let's all have a look. Probably the same, Gutenberg and his printing press. Okay, the Bible was first. Okay, yeah, fair enough. But what was second? Penthouse or Playboy or something. It's honestly. all the nudes, Rubens and his fat birds. Can you say that? I don't think you can. I did. I say the things. Rubens and his fat birds. Art. Give a man a paintbrush. Paint naked women. Give a man a camera. Photographed as naked women. Give a man a moving camera. A film. Naked women. Give him the internet. Naked women. It's what's this 3D shit now called? Virtual reality. One of the only apps to take advantage of it. The hub. It's just an ever present throughout society. New technology. Can we see naked women with it? Is this too much testosterone? I'm moving forwards. I'm coming back. This goes for regular comment sections as well. Sort by newest first to see censored discussions, provided it's recent enough not to have to troll. Comments, yeah, comments rather than chat. Yeah, it happens there as well. Yeah, you have to make sure you can see everything. There's an option for see everything or see the filtered version, which is the default. The filtered version to avoid potential spam and inappropriate content. Where have all the porn bots gone? It used to be that chat would be filled with not so much mine, but like Big Clive and Scruff Dog. Used to get a lot of porn spam in chat. It doesn't happen so much anymore. I haven't seen any of that in ages. So maybe they're on top of it. Maybe they've won that particular war. Or maybe the mods just do a really good job over there. I don't know. I'm running out of coffee, folks. We're coming up on 3 hours. Colossal dinosaur discovered in Thailand. Really? That's always good. I would, I do need to go back and start learning about dinosaurs again like I'm a 7-year-old boy. Because so much of what we learned back then has turned out to either be wrong or just be superseded. If I just type new dinosaur, not movie, new dinosaur discovered, let's go with that. New dinosaur species 4 times larger than Tyrannosaurus rex. But that's because it's one of the long-necked, long body, the sauropods, I think they're called, yeah? Sauropods or tetrapods? Like the Diplodocus or Diplodocus? I'm not sure. What's the correct pronunciation on that one? That was always a debatable one. And the Brontosaurus, which suddenly didn't exist and now does again. Somebody else had already discovered the Brontosaurus and they'd given it another name. And so technically we're supposed to use the first name it was given, but nobody liked it. So we're back to Brontosaurus. I think I got the right one. New dinosaur species Thailand. Name the largest dinosaur. Mogasmasur.com. Nagatitan. Okay, this is where. Oh God, is that? That can't be to scale. That cannot be to scale. That is ridiculous. My God, the body looks like a giraffe's body, but the neck's like 3 times longer. It's got the shape of a giraffe, with the front legs being taller than the hind legs. But it looks like it's got a short tail and a humongous... That cannot be a to scale picture. That can't be right. Hold on. Consent to... Largest dinosaur in Southeast Asia identified from fossils found in Thailand. Representational image. You kid. You mean it's not a photograph? Fuck. They had to warn me, folks. No photographs of dinosaurs. What website was I working on once and people were searching for photographs of Jesus? Fuck. Where was I? It was a museum website. I don't remember. But can you imagine typing in photograph of Jesus into a search engine? Photograph. Not picture, not image. Photograph. The Dinosaur Valley in Nongnuch Tropical Garden. I'm sure the artists got that wrong. I don't know if you can see this, folks. Can you see that photograph? Look how long that neck is compared to the body and the tail. I mean, they say a giant long-necked dinosaur that once roamed what is now Thailand has been identified as a brand new species named Nagatitan triumphumensis. So Titan I get, I don't know what the Naga prefix means, and the whole triumphumensis. This would be a herbivore, a plant eater. How many tons does that have to eat every day? It weighed approximately 27 metric tons, the same as 9 Asian elephants. I don't know why we're measuring in terms of elephants. What's that compared to the size of Wales, like the country? $27 meters, head to tail. Twice the size of a typical Tyrannosaurus. But Tyrannosaurus, that's a bad comparison. Tyrannosaurus isn't a long-necked. How is it compared to a Brontosaurus or a Diplodocus? I'll have to read up on this later. It's probably not the best YouTube stream ever, just watching me read websites. The researchers have nicknamed it Thailand's last titan. The title reflects the age of rocks where the fossils were found. These rocks are the youngest known dinosaur-bearing formations in Thailand, between 100 and 120 million years ago. Now you see, here it gets come. According to Setha Paniksakul, now that's a person. That could have been another dinosaur name for all I could read. What does the Naga of Nagatitan mean? Let's go ask Google. No, not the microphone. Fuck off. No. What does Naga prefix of Nagatitan mean? Question mark. It looks like there aren't any places much on this topic. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, why are we on places? No. Oh, why were we searching for places? I must have had a misclick somewhere. The prefix Naga in Naga Titan refers to the Naga with some kind of a line above the A mythical serpent or dragon-like creature found in various Asian cultures and folklore and religion. So it means, Titan obviously means big or huge. It means huge dragon. Naga Titan. Naga Titan Chayufumensis was officially described 2026 International Team of Paleontologists. Here's how the name breaks down. Naga, as we've just discussed. Mythic aquatic serpent, deeply... Oh, that's not quite dragon, is it? Refers to mythic aquatic serpent deeply rooted in Southeast Asian and Thai folklore. Titan means big. We know that, colossal size. Chaya or Kaya Fumensis, the province of Chayafum. Okay, that's a geographic term where the fossils were unearthed. And then we go on to talk about Cock Cruat. Okay. You live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. I like to learn. And if I can drag you along with me, hold on. We could cover the question of where are all the baby dinosaurs. That was a big one for... I've covered this before. Apologies to those of you that have been here a while. Paleontologists, people who study dinosaurs, for over 150 years, wondered where all the baby dinosaurs were. Where are the babies? Where are the children? Where are the teenage, adolescent, if you like, dinosaurs? All they found were different species and all big, all adult. They even termed one dinosaur. Oh, how did it go? It was like dwarf tyrannosaur. I might have the wrong word for dwarf, but basically little tyrannosaur. But it was a separate species in their mind because it had a different shape around the neck. It had bones around, like Triceratops has that bony collar around its neck. And so for 150 years, they just kept finding these new species of dinosaur, but only ever adults, only full grown, no adolescent, no child. Except not. It turns out, because dinosaur bones are kind of hollow and fairly thin, flimsy you might even say, when they're young, they have these extra bony bits kind of down and around to protect the neck. These were classed as separate species when they were found, dwarf tyrannosaur. Turns out a lot of that bone during adolescence and as they approach adulthood gets reabsorbed and they change shape, kind of a metamorphosis. They change shape. So it turns out that over half, potentially up to 2/3 of all dinosaur species that were identified are not. They never existed. They were never separate species. You're looking at the immature versions of other dinosaurs that we've already identified. But they go through this rapid bone reabsorption. They don't need that same protection around the neck and head and shoulders and back or wherever. Up to 2/3 of all dinosaurs that we've identified never existed. It's fascinating. I got to go back and relearn all about the latest things about dinosaurs, because it's all changed from when we were kids or from when I was a kid. Here we go. Hold on. Colossal dinosaur. It wasn't. Ron and Rude boys watch it, then tell jokes. Is Ron prawn? I don't know. Why did God put 3 fig leaves on Eve? Did we get an answer to that, Jasper? I'm not sure. Hold on. You should say wind your neck in. Did they have yeah, they had giant trees back in the day. Is it the Devonian? Is that where all the coal comes from? So to begin with, trees were everywhere. There were only trees. Grasses didn't exist. And then grass came along and grass won. Now grasses kind of rule the world and trees are kind of in decline. And have been for, a few million years. The difference between a grass and a tree. First person to tell me the main difference. I'll tell you. Trees grow from the top. So if you carve your name in the trunk, it stays at that height forever because they grow upwards and outwards. Grasses grow from the bottom. So when you cut them, that it pushes up from the bottom. And that's the one kind of defining difference between a grass and a tree. There you go. Now you know. These bones have since been studied by researchers from UCL, University College London, Mahasarakam University, Suranari University of Technology, and Sirindorn Museum in Thailand, and identified as a new species of sauropod dinosaur. Siamosaurus sutithorni was found in 1986. The discovery of what did we go with? It was Naga, not Gigantus, Naga, whatever the word is that we're currently using. Chayafumensis marks the region's and Thailand's 14th unique species. We are all dinosaurs, says Jasper. Not at all, my friend. Not at all. Birds are dinosaurs. Mammalia was a separate branch that may have been predated upon by dinosaurs at the end of those periods. And at the time, we were little kind of marsupial type things. We were little mammals. Once upon a time, we were mushrooms, but don't. I've looked this up before. This is what I read when I was a kid. Once upon a time, we were mushrooms. I then read up, and now we're not. Now they say we weren't mushrooms, but we were a related offshoot, a cousin of mushrooms. See, the distinction that we draw between fungi, plants, and animals is entirely artificial. If we found fungi on the moon or on Mars, that's life. It's all life. And life probably only happened once. And that everything else is just branched off from that initial genesis, if you will. I hesitate to use the term because religion. But that initial spark of life, which might have literally been a spark. Primordial soup, chemicals plus lightning, perhaps. Or primordial soup plus asteroid or meteor impact. Some kind of heat event and a primordial soup. Potentially. But no. What you call a lesbian dinosaurus. You've initiated 2 jokes. They haven't found me yet. They haven't found me. No, they haven't found me. I got no clue. Nano Tyrant. So controversial genus of small. That will be the one. Nano, not dwarf. Yeah. The last I heard, they believed that to be the immature, adolescent. I'm going to go with. Oh, Tom's getting all, Tommy Tombstone's getting all philosophical. Lick a lot of puss. Okay, that's the lesbian dinosaur. Lick a lot of puss. You're gonna get me in trouble with the ladies. So apologies to any ladies that are lurking out there. This is not a testosterone fueled environment usually. Um, Although I guess we do stray sometimes. It's guys talking on the internet. What do you expect? So this is Tommy Tombstone with this philosophical post. Get sufficiently far out in space and you'll eventually emerge from the deep, dark halls of the mind. Life can only be one. Okay, now we've reversed on the nano tyrannus. Recent studies suggested. Hold on, it's jumping. Oh, where am I? Hold on. Oh, now there's posts visible that I couldn't see before. 10 years ago, a group of dinosaur hunters discovered a pile of giant bones at the edge of the pond in northeastern Thailand. This wasn't here before. You should say wind your neck. I saw the wind your neck in and the giant trees. These bones have since been studied by researchers. I read that one. Identified as new species of sauropod dinosaur. No, it jumped. Cymosaurus sutithorni was found in 86. The discovery of nano whatever it is, Chaya fumensis marks the region's 14th. I read that. Where all down? Lesbian dinosaur. I read that one. Nanotyrannus is a controversial genus of small to medium-sized tyrannosaurid. Tyrannosaurid. Get sufficiently far. There was Tom. Lick a lot of. Yeah. Recent studies suggested the specimens identified as Nanotyrannus were actually fully mature, representing a separate line of smaller tyrannosaurs rather than young, massive T-Rex. They've done a volte-face, an about face. Let's talk about tents. Do you look for better ones? Maybe army. I have my next tent already. Jasper. I've got my next one already, so I'm not looking for anything at the minute. My next one's in a huge bag rolled up over there, and it's already kind of set up. When you roll it out and put it up, the two inner bedrooms are already set up. From what Karen showed me when she tested it. So it's secondhand. It's from the tip. Recycling center, you now have to call them. So yeah, I'm not looking for a new tent. Hold on. Here's Jack. Proponents of the separate genus, such as researchers publishing in 2024, argued Nanotyrannosaurus specimens like Jane and Bloody Mary. Oh, jumping. Sorry, folks. Proponents, Bloody Mary. Hold on. Show anatomical differences such as higher tooth counts, different skull shapes, and fused bones that are not found in or do not change into the structures seen in mature T-Rex. Others argue juvenile dinos and their parents have been classified as 2 or 3 separate species. Yeah, that was where I was 2 or 3 years ago when I last read up on any of this. It was that 2/3 of all dinosaur species didn't exist. That they're classifying different stages of their development as different beasties, and that this bone. So dinosaurs are like birds, that the hollow bones, like honeycomb, keep the weight down of bones, which aids in reabsorption and reshaping and kind of metamorphosis. But it looks now like they're reversing on that. If Nanotyrannus, or whatever it was called, is the same one that I was reading about a few years ago. I knew it was some kind of word that meant smaller. I went with dwarf, but I was pulling that out of my backside. But it sounds like they're reversing on that and going now with no separate species after all. I guess it might depend on the extent of metamorphosis, bone reabsorption and changes. I guess the different number of teeth sounds fairly convincing. Unless they do the whole milk teeth, adult teeth thing. I don't know when that came about. I don't know if that's a mammal only thing. Can we look that up? I would guess. I mean, milk and mammal. I mean, we call them milk teeth. Milk teeth, mammal only. We call them milk teeth. I don't think they've got anything to do with it, but that's not how you spell mammal. Yes, baby or deciduous brackets milk teeth are almost exclusively found in mammals. This two-set dental pattern, where a juvenile set is completely replaced by a permanent adult set, is known as diphyodonty. Diphyodonty. Who knew? Why mammals have them? Mammal babies are born with small jaws that lack space to fit adult teeth. Milk teeth allow young to chew and eat while the skull and jaw grow into their adult size. Not all mammals have them. While diphyodonty is defining mammalian trait, some mammals have only one set of teeth their entire lives. Monophyodonts, like rodents. Okay. And a few, like elephants, replace their teeth continuously. Continuously. The vast majority of non-mammals, reptiles, sharks, amphibians, do not lose baby teeth. Instead, they are polyphyodonts, meaning their teeth are constantly shed and replaced. I could do with that. Can you get me a new set without me having to go to Turkey for implants? Oh, I wanted to look at the PayPal because what's that? Oh. Are you still there, UK Richie? He sent me he sent me some money, I think it was Sunday night, and he said maybe beer and tent and whatever else you want, but probably mainly beer. And I answered saying, I said something like, I've got enough beer or something. I'll maybe put it towards tent. He come back and said, this time definitely for beer, but maybe tent. Cheers, UK Richie, if you're still there. Although thousands of names exist, paleontologists estimate there are roughly 285 to 336 valid genera and about 800 species. What? Jasper, do you look at other camping equipment? My light bulb is monkeys with batteries, and I saw this mini cookware. My light bulb is monkeys. I'm normally pretty good at interpolating and repassing a sentence. I'm going to say mini cooker. Monkeys. Can I swap a couple of letters, rearrange it? My light bulb is monkeys. I can't make that work, my friend. I look at camping equipment from time to time. In particular, I'm looking for 12-volt things. Anything. So I've got hair trimmers. No, it's the beard trimmer that's USB powered. I prefer USB or 12-volt to 220-volt AC. For example, my fan it uses about 30 watts, but there's a 30-watt overhead for using the inverter to power the normal electric socket. So it costs me twice as much as it needs. in order to be usable. So I'm constantly looking for things like, I was looking for like low cost air fryers or electric frying pans, low wattage, low powered, in particular low voltage, um, like a kettle or something, a travel kettle that would work from 100, 120 watts. Um, this will output 10 amps, 12 or 13 volts. I was looking at stuff like that. So I look at Temu. That there's a lot of stuff like waffle makers and little frying pans or little whatever's. So I'm constantly looking at stuff. I love these batteries. These AA and AAA batteries that plug directly onto one of these cables. Takes one USB socket that side. It'll charge 4 batteries or 4 USB-C devices. They have to be A to C for this particular cable. But anything that will work on stuff like that, I'm constantly looking for things. I will maybe put in a Temu order, Temu or Ali. It's not called Alibaba, is it? Or is it? I've got to go for another wee, folks. If you will just give me 2 minutes, I'll just mute the microphone for obvious reasons and go and take care of business. I'll be right back. Stay with me. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And I'm almost back. Do you look at other? I don't know what the light bulb monkeys. Monkeys are camping light. I don't know what is that a brand name? Monkeys with a. I don't know that one. Jasper, I went to doctor. I said I dreamt I'm a ridge tent and a big top. Doctor said the trouble with you is your 2 tents. Here we go. Watering the plants, almost. AliExpress, yeah, that's the one. Is Alibaba still a thing? Were they related? Is it a rebrand? Is it an offshoot? I'm not sure. Yeah, AliExpress. I ordered. I think I got my first lot of these USB batteries. You know that plug directly onto this cable. I got my first batch of those. It was from AliExpress or Ali whatever. Um, I accidentally bought some not long ago from Temu. I wanted double A and I ended up with triple A, and I'm not sure where I went wrong. I'm not even sure it was me that got it wrong, but I got triple A, which I don't have too much. My head torch was triple A, but that's kind of broken. It still works. If you press it, it comes on, but the button goes in too far, and you have to take the whole thing apart and take the batteries out and push the button back out from behind. It's all a little bit. So in an emergency, it'll work. But it's just not. It's just not ideal. Something needs 3D printing to just stabilize that button so it doesn't push inwards. Alibaba is for wholesale, business to business. Okay. Okay. They are related though, yeah? I mean, starting with the Ali, unless that's a prefix used in certain countries. Is it China? Sounds more like Turkey or whatever, doesn't it? Alibaba, 40 Thieves and all that. Turkey, Iran, Iraq, but that's not going to be where. That's not going to be where stuff's coming from. I'm guessing they've just picked a name. But it just sounds Arabic. That may be my racism shining through yet again. Shakram. Both owned by the Alibaba Group. No jokes about 40 Thieves then, yeah? Open Sesame and all that. Scheherazade? Maybe? What's it? Arabian, what's it called? 1001 Tales of the Arabian Nights or something? Something like that. Don't expect me to actually know any of the stuff I'm actually prattling on about. I pull deep and distant memories or half memories from back there somewhere. I couldn't even spell Scheherazade to look it up if I wanted to. Chinese multinational technology company. Doesn't sound Chinese, does it? I wonder why they picked that name. Especially given the connotations with thieves. That's interesting. I wonder if there's a history. Let's look and see why they call it what they call it. That didn't work. Alibaba Group. Name. Oh, group. Named why? Let the AI pick the fucking bones out of that. Named. It is. Named by founder Jack Ma after the character Alibaba from the classic tale 1001 Nights. Ma chose the name because it's universally recognized worldwide, easy to pronounce, and symbolizes opening doors. Open Sesame. Was that him? Opening doors, but thieves. You don't see the connection with thieves. Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, surely. I'm not sure that was the magical phrase "Open Sesame" unlocked a cave full of hidden treasure. Ma wanted his platform to open doors to fortune and opportunity for small businesses. positive connotation. Ma viewed the character of Alibaba not as a thief, but as a kind, clever, and helpful business person who shared his wealth with the village. Yeah, you're putting a spin on it, son. You're putting a fucking spin on it. Oh, also the name begins with an A, making it advantageous in alphabetical directories of the early internet era. And also it's spelt the same in Chinese pinyin, making it incredibly easy for both global and domestic customers to write. I guess I can give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's an interesting spin. It's an interesting spin. Scheherazade is the legendary narrator and central character of the 1001 Nights. Yeah, in the story she told 1,000. She wanted to keep her virtue intact and not be what word can we use that doesn't start with R and end with aped? So she agreed with the Sultan or whoever it was that had captured her that she would tell him a story every night. Yeah. So that's the story within the story. Stories within the story. And that's how it's spelt, is it? Scheheher. See, I would have never got that. I would have got, I don't know where I would have got. I certainly wouldn't have gone SCH. I might have got close with the rest. If I'd started SH, Scheherazade. Yeah, they got close. I might have gone AID at the end instead of ADE, but whatever. You live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. We are coming up on 3.5 hours walking. Oh, that was when I went to the loo. 3.5 hours, folks. Can we do another half hour, do you think, or not? I'm not sure. The beer will last another half hour. The coffee's all gone. I think it's the coffee that went right through me. I wouldn't normally go to the loo twice in 3.5 hours. Okay. What are we going to talk about now then? We've done Scheherazade, Alibaba. How did we get on Alibaba? I was talking about Temu and lights and batteries and was it Jasper's question? Do you look for other camping equipment? Yeah, I do. Camping equipment, cooking equipment, anything that works, kind of offline, anything off grid, battery operated. I'm looking for kitchen scales at the minute. In the Chino Bazaar here, he's only got them for €20 and more. If someone can find me something local for a £5, I'll buy it. And if not, I'll get something from China. I'll get Temu, or I think Temu works best for me because I can either pay with my Tippy Tappy card or I can just pay direct with PayPal. The last time I tried with AliExpress, it said it accepted PayPal, and then when I was putting it didn't go through. Now, whether that's AliExpress itself or whether that's the individual merchants within, I'm not sure. But my PayPal wasn't going through. I haven't got enough at the minute to be becoming kind of extravagant and placing orders. I spent €50 with Temu. It must have been about 6 months ago now. Was it the other side of Christmas or was it this side? Most of the stuff's still in the bag, which is a bad sign. This is one of the only things. I got 2 of these. I got this out and I've gone through 1 pair of socks. I bought a 5-pack of socks for €3. and one of those has gone through continuous wear, 24 hours a day, 3, 4, 5 months, whatever it's been. I think I rinsed them out twice, maybe 3. I think twice. But they're gone. I walk out, so it's not the socks' fault. I walk around the camp barefoot. I walk around the tent barefoot, and then I walk outside, and there's prickly bushes and stones on the ground and little bits of glass here and there. Shit's bound to get bust. It's all intact. It's just the heel. The heel went through on both feet in the end. But that's my fault for walking around. Did I tell you I found a pair of shoes today that I didn't know I had? I thought I was on my last pair of shoes, and in this clothes box I found a pair of trainers. Didn't know I had them. Never seen them before in my life. That's weird. That's always a shock. When I eventually come to empty this place, there are various things that have gone missing. Fuck off. Did I get you? No, I did not. But I must have scared you. Sorry, mosquito. Where was that? Various things that I've lost in this bedroom. No, it's not a jacket potato. Not this time. That was recovered. I have lost a set of batteries. AA. They were on the bed and then they weren't, and I'm not sure if they dropped that way, if they've rolled off down that way or over that way. Somewhere around here there are batteries. There's a 12-volt adapter, cigarette lighter adapter with USB ports on it. That went, I think, in here. There are other things that have gone missing. Sometimes I lose things and I find them like a week later. Like my knife and fork or spoon. Those can go missing for a week. It's weird. But my bed just slope like that, and some things just work their way down that way. But it also slopes into the middle, so things get moved into here and then maybe get kicked out or get pushed out that way. All sorts of bizarre things happen with lost items. But then when you're using your bed for storage, chopping board, mustard. There's bread here somewhere. There's a little bread bun. 2 packs of dog treats, a pack of biscuits, 2 empty yogurt pots for some reason. And a plate. It's a very nice plate. It's too nice for a tramp. All just on the bed for some reason. And then there's 2 corkscrews that were on the bed that have fallen on the floor. Alky or what? Yeah. I don't know, folks. I don't know why I do what I do. I don't know how I do what I do. I kind of live. There's a thing called, is it called bed rot? Bed rotting, bed rot. Where people live their life in or on their bed. Usually they're people who are depressed and who are just not wanting to get out of bed. For me, it's a little bit different. Being low is the coolest part of the tent. I've got a big chair out there that I could sit on, but head height is too warm inside this here polytunnel. So staying close to the ground is better. And in winter, being able to close these doors and get under the covers, it's warmer. So in winter, it's nice and warm. Just saying, the bedroom, the bed. In winter, it's nice and warm. In summer, it's the coolest part of the tent, even if it's not actually cool. I go out and sit out for an hour or two every now and again, especially when I've got visitors. But I usually just come back inside, watch YouTube videos, look after my doggy, and do the tasks that need doing. I get up in the morning. I like to do an hour or two of getting on with whatever needs getting on with. So I had to sort out my fridge a couple of days ago. Then I had to do a thing again today, taking the bottles out of the bottom of the fridge and making the cool box an extra storage for food. Get those jobs done in the morning and then get sat back down again, because just standing up and being active in such a warm place can be quite tiring. And then carrying the dog up and down the road, tiring. And it's getting hot now, hot. 30 degrees or so through the day. It's only a matter of time before we're hitting 20 degrees as the low point at night. Let's have a look what the forecast is for the coming 7 or 8 days. Nighttime temps. Oh, they're going cool again. 15 and 16 degrees. We were up around 18 and 19 a few days ago. 15 and 16, 15 tonight. Back end of the week will be 18 at night. 27, 28 through the days. Not too bad. It was 30 in here, bed level today, 30 degrees. Higher temperatures higher up, because that's how heat works. Hot air rises and all that. Have to have the fan on. I put the fan on. I resurrected the fan, or erected the fan yesterday. Yeah. It's a tricky balancing act. It is broken. I'd love to have one of those columnar fans, a column fan. That shifted a whole heap more air. But dog and instability. Kept getting knocked over. Every time it got knocked over, bits of the plastic broke off. Some of them went into the mechanism and there was a grinding, crunching noise. This was a fan that had already been thrown away by somebody, I think because of the instability and the base being broken anyway. So it's not like we're just destroying things for the fuck of it. We're wombles, making good use of the things the everyday folk leave behind or put next to the bin. What else can you do, folks? Let me just scroll, check. Next, we're talking Illuminati, says Jasper. It's not something I know much about. Is it real? Is it a real thing? Is the Illuminati, is it real? Or is it just an urban legend, a conspiracy theory? I'm sure you're not going to get, if it did exist, they're not going to tell you, are they? Illuminati. With an I? Is Illuminati real? Question mark. The original Illuminati was a real secret society. Hold on. Wait a minute now. When? The modern day version, popularized in pop culture and conspiracy theories, claims a shadowy group controls world governments, banks, and entertainment industry, is entirely fictional. That's what you would say if the Illuminati was real. Hold on. The original Illuminati, founded May the 1st, 1776. There's a year to be reckoned with. May 1776. The Bavarian Illuminati, founded May 1776 in Ingolstadt, modern-day Germany, by Adam Weishaupt. professor of canon law. Canon religious, probably, not guns. At the goal, members were Enlightenment era intellectuals and freethinkers who wanted to promote reason, philanthropy, and secularism. Remind me, secularism. Is that religious but non-denominational? Or is it irreligious like atheist? I've got to look that word up now, haven't I? Secular. I think it means non-denominational. I don't know whether it means irreligious. I've got to look that up. While fighting superstition and state abuse of power. The Bavarian government outlawed all secret societies, including the Illuminati, in 1785. So they only got 9 years. The organization officially disbanded and faded out of existence. That's what they would want you to think, isn't it? After they've been outlawed, they would want you to think that they didn't exist anymore. I'm not a bit. Keith's not still here, is he? Sign of Nature. He's my favourite conspiracy theorist. I don't go in for a lot of these things. Although I'm open to a lot of ideas, the Eye of Providence on the US dollar bill is frequently linked. I thought it's called the All-Seeing Eye. The Eye of Providence on the US dollar bill, frequently linked to the Illuminati. But it was actually a design choice by the founding fathers to represent divine providence, has no historical connection to Weishaupt's society. Weishaupt society. There we go. The Illuminati was real, no longer is. Because Google says so. That's what they want you to think. Would acupuncture help Tina? Acupuncture. Not the biggest believer. I don't think it's real. What's the effect called? When you want to believe something, you want it to be true when it happens. They have to test for it with medicine. The word's not going to come. I can tell you now the word's not going to come. There's something or other effect. Placebo effect. There we go. I got it. All on my own, like I'm a big boy now. The placebo effect may be how a lot of these, like some people swear by hypnosis, acupuncture. I don't think there's any reliable science proven behind them. Let me check this, because I don't like to just dismiss things out of hand without knowing. I know that acupuncture is like 5,000 years old. That's not how you spell ish. It doesn't start. Ish doesn't start with the number 8. Is there science behind acupuncture? Puncture. Oh, I typed a space instead of an N. But is that? There we go. That one. Here we go. Science confirms acupuncture has tangible physiological effects, though not through the traditional concept of unmeasurable energy. Research shows the needle insertion stimulates nerve fibers, triggering the release of natural painkillers like endorphins, and activates specific brain and nervous pathways to reduce inflammation and modulate moods. How it works. Needling stimulates sensory nerves, signal the spinal cord and brain to release natural painkillers, endorphins, and enkephalins. Enkephalins. Encephal, like encephalopathy? Enkephalins. Don't know that word. Inflammation. Harvard Medical School research demonstrates acupuncture can activate specific sensory neurons that trigger the body's anti-inflammatory pathways. This is all new to me. I didn't know it was real. The microtrauma of the needle increases local blood circulation and releases adenosine, a chemical that acts as a natural painkiller and anti-inflammatory agent. So with Tina, there's no indication of pain. Anti-inflammatory might be a thing if it was spinal damage. I don't think that's what it is. As we discussed earlier, do they do doggy? I mean, is doggy acupuncture even a thing? I don't even know. Hold on. Doggy acupuncture, a thing? Acupuncture. I spelled it right this time. Doggy acupuncture, a thing? Question mark. I don't know how else to ask it. Is that real? Dog acupuncture is absolutely a thing. Really? It's increasingly popular drug-free therapy rooted in traditional Chinese veterinary medicine. TCVM. It has its own acronym. Traditional Chinese veterinary medicine. Performed by licensed veterinarians to relieve pain. How much would that cost? Can I afford it? For the doggy. The needles are left in place for anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes. Many dogs find it highly relaxing and will fall asleep during the session. They've never met Tina. She'll bite your fucking hands off. Dog acupuncture near me was a search term, no? Dog acupuncture near me. Lamata, Cuvette Salud Animal. Cuvette sounds Scandinavian. Pet Doctors Hospital. San Anton. Not my vet. Okay. How much? How much? Let's find a cost. Let's see whether I can scrape together enough money to. Do you know what I did? You know what I am going to try? Ivermectin. I have no reason to believe it will work. But fuck it. I'm going to try it anyway. I don't know how I get it, where I get it from, how much it costs. I don't know what the dosage is. I'm going to try. I'm going to give that a go for her. I'm going to get ivermectin. You didn't answer the question. How much? Dog acupuncture, Spain, how much? No, that's just a list of fucking vets again. If I stick a question mark on the end, might you answer it? No. Because that's listed. Okay, we're on places again. Dog acupuncture in Spain typically costs between 40 and 70 euros for an initial. I don't want a consultation. Oh, and first session. Follow-up sessions range from 30 to 50. Costs can exceed this if they incorporate electroacupuncture, moxibustion, or physical therapy. Now I've got to look up moxibustion because that's a made up fucking word. Bear with me, folks. I'll be right back with you. Don't all leave. I'm sorry. Have you ever heard this word? Moxibustion. The fuck? Moxibustion. WTF? Question mark. That way the AI will give me an answer. Traditional Chinese medicine therapy that involves burning a dried herb, mugwort, Artemisia, near specific acupuncture points. That sounds like bullshit. You're burning herb near acupuncture points to stimulate circulation and promote healing. How near? Is this on the end of the needle or what? A burning herb shaped into a moxa stick with an X, moxa, or small cone produces a deep soothing heat. What do you mean? Deep soothing heat. Are we talking about something on fire on the end of the needle that you're sticking in? Indirect. The most common method, a practitioner lights a cigar-shaped moxa stick, whatever the fuck that is, and holds it a few centimeters away from your... This sounds like cleansing your fucking aura. Something on fire a few centimeters away from your skin. Yeah, my dog's not going to like that. Moving it in circles until the area feels warm. Sometimes a stick is placed on the top of an inserted acupuncture needle. Thank you. I thought that's where we were going. Direct moxibustion. So we're using bustion like combustion, yeah? Like to combust. Is that what we're doing? We're using bustion. Moxie. A tiny coat of moxa is placed directly on your skin and lit. No thanks. The practitioner removes or snuffs it out before it actually burns or blisters the skin. No. You can't light something on someone's skin and have it not burn them. Am I alone here? This just sounded like pure fucking twaddle. What the fuck? Practitioners use it to boost energy, improve digestion, and warm the body from internal cold. That sounds like bullshit. Yeah, and their source for this is a website called Soul Medical. Soul as in SOUL. Soul Medical. That sounds like a highly informative medical journal. Deeply respected scientific journal. No, just fucking no. What was it called? Moxibustion. I'd rather have my fucking aura cleansed. What the fuck? No. No. So was that Tom or was it Jasper? Who was asking about acupuncture? That was Jasper. Low energy. I upload a difficult video. I shall have a look at your video shortly. Can't you set camp at under the trees now that you are known, established, get less UV stroke rain? The trees are all falling over. It's dangerous under the trees. Oh, Tina, is that your ass? No. So the trees back here, there used to be two canopies. There was a front in front of a tree where I once set up a tent during a storm, and then you could go through behind, and there was another like alcove, another whatever the word is, where the boughs of the trees are above you, and there's a canopy. There are two distinct ones under the same couple of trees, and those trees are now horizontal. The tree that Joby used to have his tent under, that's now on the ground. Under the trees is dangerous here because they can't get their roots into the ground. I think if I was less visible, I'd get less help. A lot of the people who live in the apartments, when they go home for the summer, the Scandis, the Scandinavians, they'll bring me a bag of food because I'm just down what they think is a path. It's a dry riverbed, but I'm just here. If I wasn't visible, I think they'd forget I was here. Obviously, I've got the YouTube. Some people would see, would follow, would still know I was here. But also, big tent, big tent. If I did find a tree that I could get under, I'd have to revert to like a 2-man tent. And then I'd have to throw away about 3/4 of my belongings, including my chest of drawers, my veg rack, the 2 sets of plastic drawers, my Queen Anne chair, my television. Joke. Still don't use the television. But if I was under trees, I'd have more difficulty getting my solar power as well for the EcoFlows. I'd have to risk putting the EcoFlows and the panels out in the field, and someone could just come and run away with them. Because they're lightweight now. My lightweight solar panels are very lightweight. Yeah, I mean, in theory I could. I just don't trust the trees is part of it. You need a polytunnel inside your tent. Make more stable. I'd rather have a polytunnel outside my tent. So put the tent inside a polytunnel. But then you've got double heat. I don't know. Also visibility, bring the police down on me, all of those. At the minute, things are kind of stable. But they're leaving me alone. And for obvious reasons, that's a preference. So for now, the balance feels right. I'm getting no trouble from anybody. I got the benefits of people seeing me, helping me. The lady that walked past the other day and gave me €10, some churros, and some fruit. It's kind of all right now. I think it's all right now. Placebo, Gary, that was the word I was looking for, and I think I got there in the end. I don't know whether I got there before you. Farmer, we were asking where you were earlier. Let me... Oh, gosh, there's loads. I'm behind. Look, I'm behind. Oh. Okay, here we go. Illuminati hide in plain sight. They're very much still active all around us. Many just don't see the way they operate in plain sight. Mike, I know you can't do this, but aquatherapy really helps. Yeah, it could. She just hates water. I can't get her down to the beach, and I can't take her anywhere and do things. Yeah. You know, people have had great success with their dogs doing aquatherapy. I wish I could. Jasper talks about the Hellfire Club. Wasn't that that film? What was it called? Something to do with blind and not looking, or Eyes Wide Shut? Maybe. Was that Hellfire Club? Acupuncture used as narcosis. Narcosis, that's drugs, no? I don't know. Ivermectin, while safe at low preventive doses, it can be extremely toxic to specific herding breeds. Is that right? Just a worming tablet, no? Breeds at high risk. See, she's not a breed. Let's have a look. She's a mescla, a mixture. Collies, Australian Shepherds, Shetland Sheepdogs, Old English Sheepdogs, Border Collies, German Shepherds. I don't think she's got any of that in her. Certain breeds carry the ABCB1 gene mutation, makes them highly sensitive to ivermectin because the drug can easily cross the blood-brain barrier. Interesting. I shall have to look at more. Here was Pharma at 1:58, which was about 5 minutes ago. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere, and even welcomes me to my own stream, as is his tradition. And he says, cheers to Jack. Jack attacked. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing. Farmar must be on shift work. Farmar is about 6 or 7 hours behind the rest of the real world. So it's probably about 9 o'clock at night where he... No. Hold on. I'm looking at the 4 as if it's 4 o'clock, and that's 4 hours. 2 o'clock. Maybe 7 o'clock where he is. Something like that. Holy shit, is it bust Farmar's balls today? Bust away, no problem. How come you're so late, says Jasper. Yeah, Farmer, where have you been? I was busy. Gary says hello to Farmer. Farmer says hello to Gary and to Jasper. Atari ST, hello Mike and all. Hello, hello. Welcome Farmer from Jasper and Atari. Welcome, hello Tom, says Farmer. Okay, everyone's saying hello to everybody. We have crossed the 4-hour mark, folks, which I was kind of hanging on for, but I'm happy to carry on a little while. It's at 2 o'clock in the morning here, I believe. 2:06, it is. Hold on. Have we got another? There was a plink on the phone over here. Tablet. Give me a second. Oh no, that was UK Richie earlier. Fuck, get up. Fuck off. It's okay, Tina. It's not you, darling. We're getting low on the fly spray. I'll have to add that to the list. Fly spray. Sorry, folks. Distraction. I had a mozzie right behind my head. Usually that means it got me already. I'll probably have a big welt. Make your tent longer. Put part under a tree. Yeah, like I said, the trees here are all really... The trees that are here have always been really low. If you can get under one, you've only got a small canopy, and they are all falling over, guys. I'll do a video of the field in the next day or two, and I'll include the trees that are falling over. I'll show you 2 trees over there where I used to camp under during storms, and I'll show you the tree where Joby used to stay, and where the tree's now down. It's down low. I don't think it's on the ground, but it's down low. You wouldn't want to be under it. We've had some horrendous kind of gale force winds. I've never known a winter in Torrevieja like this for the storms, for the winds. We haven't had many days of rain, but when it has rained, it's really rained. And I think a combination of dead trees starting to lean over, and then the soil gets really wet, and I think that helps them uproot and go over. These ones over here have more split really low down. There are a couple of like fresh growth, new growth coming up, I think from the same roots, from the same root system. But they look dangerous. You wouldn't want to be under them when they're moving, when they're on the way down. I thought one was going to take down an electric pole, It's kind of fallen around it and not taken it, not pushed it over. Yeah. So I'm not understanding. You want the tree or you don't want the tree? I'm happy where I am. I need the trees for certain bodily functions. They're my cover. Or were. It's getting a little bit tricky. So in winter, when all the foliage used to go away, I had a rattan mat rug stood on end for extra cover, so no one could glance in. Mainly the trees and the bushes were covered, but I just wanted a little bit of extra, ensure privacy. Now the trees are so far gone. I'm covered from this road. No one can see anything because there's so much new growth, green bushes and things blocking the view. But from the main road, if I didn't have this rattan mat, I would be squatting and dropping in kind of full view of the bus. It's a little bit hairy. Not like that. So yeah, everyone else wants me to go under the trees. I've resisted. It's that tree killing poo. Aren't all the poo spots killed? I bag it and dispose of it along with the doggy doings. So it's not. I'm not. It's not my. It's not my own personal manure. It's not my own personal manure that's killing trees. Camouflage comes from camouflage, to hide or cover. Yeah, yeah. There are certain things you have to, You live in a house, so you go to the toilet in a house. I live in a field, so I go to the toilet in a field. You know. Some shade trees are very necessary. Yeah. Joby, there was a guy called Frank. I'm sure it was a false name. He had a little camp somewhere in the trees over there. I never did. I found it from the other side because I heard him building it one night, and so I went around the next day just to make my presence felt. Joby found his way in from this side. I never did. I don't really know where it is. That's where Joby used to go and do what was necessary. He mastered the art, apparently, of pooing directly into the bag, directly into the doggy bag. I squat and drop on the floor and then pick up. Why are we talking about this anyway? Kinel as Jimmy Jones' catchphrase. Kinel, F apostrophe Kinel. I would have gone with, but yeah, okay. Can you hear? There's not a lot left in that. See, I was being annoyed by mosquitoes. I get the fly spray and the mozzie doesn't come anywhere near. I put it away and the mozzie will be back, no doubt, in fairly short order. Not doing too well on the thumbs ups this particular stream, folks. And I think the other day was a struggle as well. I must not be entertaining enough for you all. I got to finish this. This is getting warm. This one's too warm. We're 4.25 hours in. I'm just coming to the end of my second can. I almost crushed it there, and I know not to. I need... The empty has to replace a full. These are getting warm as well. Look. One more left after this. It's going to go back in the fridge for tomorrow afternoon. Let's have a look. Get those stable. Push this cable in and make sure that we're charging because it's hanging out onto the tripod. There we go. Successful exchange without being attacked by the lamp, Fabrizio. No, the lantern did not attack the phone. Cheers, folks. Indeed, some things need camouflage. Flower, no? I would have thought change. Is that not change? Cambia, camba. Fleur's flower, no? Honey, whoa. No, don't put empty cans by the lamp. We got away with it. Honey bucket, we call it here. Some people way up north have a 5-gallon pail with a bag and lid called honey bucket for when there's minus 30 out or really any time. Honey bucket. You're talking about like a toilet, a potty. 5-gallon pail. So you're going to want it to be wood rather than metal. You don't want to stick to it when you get anywhere near it, if that's where we're going with this. I assume it's for sitting on it. It's not just for peeing, and you're doing the number twosies. Is that where we're going? Unless I've missed something in the conversation. Poop bucket. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Why honey? Why honey bucket then? The mind boggles. By the way, folks, legs. For almost 12 months I've been wearing long pants. Ever since all those bites and blisters and scrapes got infected this time last year. I've dug out nice new clothes. Clean t-shirt. Taken the thermal one off. I'm gonna wash that out tomorrow if I've got enough water. Karen was asking earlier whether I've got enough water. I think I have to be going on with. I think I can spare enough to rinse out or to wash out a few bits of clothing. Probably not going to bother with the jeans. I'm probably just going to throw those away. I'll have to source some new long pants before next winter. Although the year before, so not the winter we've just come through, but the one before, I wore shorts all the way through. I only had the long pants like this last year because of all the infected bites and scratches and scrapes. I've told you about touching either side of a pus-filled infected bite or scratch, and having pus jump 18 inches. 50 centimeters for those of you that are. It's not quite, but there or thereabouts, half a meter. Legs are for OnlyFans, Mike. Yeah, or feet. Isn't there? There's a website called WikiFeet. You can have a look at. I'll do this. I don't care. I used to. I think it was last summer. No, it must have been the one before. My feet used to accidentally get caught on camera all the time. Now, at the minute, I'm putting my bare feet into some old shoes that are a bit gunky. What's that? I didn't know I had a bruise or whatever there. What the fuck's that about? Hold on. Let me put the light on. I didn't know that was there. I've got lots of fucking... What the fuck? This is what... Look at all these bruises. Look at this. This is what happens when you live in a field and you're walking into fucking trees and What the fuck? Some of these might be the scars from last summer when everything got infected. I don't know. I haven't looked at my own legs, folks. What the fuck is that? That was one of the bigger wounds last year. That was one of the ones that you pop and shit jumped. Is that what they are? Have I still got I've still got marks. Yeah. God, look at them. That's them. I didn't know they were still there. Because I've been wearing, yeah, and on the back, that was one. Yeah. Fuck. Wow. How bad? I mean, let's not talk about dirty feet because of the shoes being mucky. I didn't know these marks were here. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know. Those. What? It's bitching about the orientation of the camera. I didn't. Yeah, look, that mark there. That was one of the biggies as well on my feet, for when I got blisters going to Tweeties, and then they got all infected because of the flies being all over the open wounds. Oh, let's not do that. Let's come back to me. Honestly, I had no idea that those big brown kind of bruise marks or scars or whatever you want to call them were there. Hold on. Okay, Jack Attack. Honey bucket, portable toilet. Portaloo, porta potty, all the words. Life might occur not as much as you think. It's like the plastic 5-gallon paint pails. 5 gallons, that's a lot. No, what's that? About 40 litres? Hold on. 20 litres. 20, yeah, between 20 and 25, isn't it? 4.5 if it's British gallons. Imperial. The only empire that matters. Just to wind up the foreigners. I see we're talking shit. We always do, Jasper. Have you not been here before? Take a walk in the sea or a swim. Yeah, if I could leave my doggy, I would. But I can't. God, Mike, think you were on meth. At the bruises and stuff. Yeah. So how it started, I went for, when we first got the doggy wheelchair, I walked, it's about 1.5 kilometers, maybe 2 kilometers, uphill, and then over the crest of the hill, and about 2/3 of the way down, Tweety's Fish and Chip restaurant or bar. And me and the dog went. I went in brand new shoes I'd never worn before. Always a mistake. Never go on a long walk with a new. You should put new shoes on and wear them around the house for a couple of days first. By the time I got to Tweety's, I could feel I had these hot spots on the bottom of my feet, you know, and on the tops of my toes. I could feel the hot spots. I knew I was going to get some blisters. By the time I got home, some of my blisters, the tops had been rubbed off, and the flesh skin underneath got blisters. And some of them, the top of the secondary blister was gone, and there was another blister inside. I had like concentric circles of blisters within blisters going 3 levels deep. It looked like the Isle of Santorini with the concentric circles of caldera, volcano. And then I was wearing, around the camp, I was wearing sandals, open-toed shoes. And I was chatting with Joby, and I looked down, and there'd be 20 fucking flies nibbling away on my on each blister. Plus, wearing shorts and walking around through the trees and having to go under the bushes like we were just talking before, little scrap here, a little scrape there, walk end on into a bush or into a spike on a, on some of these bushes and trees and what have you. Again, it's an open wound. I've already got flies buzzing around my feet. Everything, every scrap and scrape got infected. I had between 10 and 15 pus-filled wounds on each leg. And apparently, I still have. Well, no, they're not pus-filled, but the scars. But I didn't know those were still there. I thought those were bruises. I thought I'd walked into something. But now I recognise all the locations. That's where the worst wounds were. They maybe need another year to recover and then exfoliate. I'll take the skin off the top. They'll fade over time. But yeah. One time when I got arrested, I didn't know what the police were saying. I mean, I heard the words. Are you unwell? Are you ill? No, I'm fine. Well, when you are ill, tell us. And I'm like, why do you think I'm going to be ill? Homeless. They assume drug. They were talking withdrawal, cold turkey, whatever. I don't do drugs. I've never even smoked a cigarette. The one and only drug I do is alcohol. Mainly beer. Occasionally, if someone gives me it, some kind of spirit or liqueur. I love that limoncello. Have you ever had limoncello? Is it limoncello or limoncello? The lemon flavoured liqueur. Love that. What was that other one I liked? It was an aniseed, and it wasn't a liqueur, it was an aniseed spirit. 40% by volume. And a litre bottle. What was it? €7. €7 for a litre of 40% by volume alcohol. And it was gorgeous. The aniseed flavour. I kept describing it as licorice, but same difference. That was lovely. That is lovely. If ever I find myself in Aldi and I've got enough money to spare, I'll probably get another. I can't think what you would add to it. I can't imagine what you would mix it with. Aniseed. Could you add cola to an aniseed? Maybe. It's not going to mix with like an orange or a lemonade or anything though. I drank it neat. So yeah, I don't often do spirits. Sometimes people like Mark brought me. I've still got a half bottle of. I've got the half bottle. It's not got much left in it. When did he bring that? I think it was was it Wednesday last week? So I managed to do half a bottle over the course of a week. That's Famous Grouse. 40% by volume, 350ml. So yeah, half bottle. Nearly gone. Thank you, Mark. He did say that he had a couple of other bottles, but I encouraged him to give them away elsewhere. 5 gallon, 18 litres. Yeah, God might think you were on meth. I can understand why people looking at those wounds, at the bruises from a year ago might think that. Also, the mucky feet doesn't help. And now it's a little bit itchy. Something might have just bitten me. But yeah, if you saw me last year, if you'd seen the state of my legs, imagine 12 pus-filled, explosively pus-filled wounds that I was having to squeeze in the morning and at night, and shit was just fucking jumping out. A mixture of pus and blood squirting across the fucking bedroom. It's just too much info. And I'm just sat here thinking, human body is marvelous. My immune system will get on top of it in the end. And it's just getting worse and worse. It's only Karen insisting that I had some antiseptic or antibiotic uh, cream to puff onto these wet open wounds. And then Joby, while he was out on his travels, he found some alcohol, hand sanitizer, and I was putting that on the top, and that was stinging like hell. We got on top of it between the powder from Karen and the not antiseptic, and the hand sanitizer. We got it. I turned it around. They started to dry up and crust over, and we got on top of it. What I didn't know, because I've been wearing long pants continuously ever since then, I didn't know that the big marks were still there. You just saw that was total surprise. When I'm looking down and the camera's picking out these black spots, I thought maybe I'd walked into a bush or a tree now. But now I see the locations, the one on the ankle, the one on the top of the foot, the one at the back of this leg and the back of that leg. Those are the spots that were the worst affected. Still there, bright black. It was almost necrotizing fasciitis, folks. That could have been a goner. If I'd left it a little bit longer without treatment, it could have been the whole blood poisoning sepsis thing. I could have lost a leg. Or worse. Let's move on. I like cesspit idea. Why waste water? Can you get your leg around your neck? God, I doubt it. I used to be able to bite my toenails when I was a kid. I don't know about around my neck. I'd probably either break a leg or break my neck trying. So if you don't mind, I won't bother. Are you still able to walk her? I know she wasn't well, maybe on the chariot. Her front legs are getting worse. I don't think we can. I was saying earlier, I'm going to give it a go. Hold on. Where's that fucking fly spray gone? Look. Mozzie just came and landed on the wall and then moved along, and now he's gone. They wait till I put the fly spray away. He's probably why my foot is itching. Okay, where are you? That got you. It got me as well, but. I saw your shadow, but I didn't see you. I need more fly spray. I'm running out. Where was I? Can you still walk her? Maybe in the chariot. We're going to have a go. I'm going to have a word with my mate Ismo. I'm going to make arrangements to meet him about a kilometre and a half that way. Because we have to stay on the flat. So imagine 4 sides. One side is the sea. 2 sides are big hills that we couldn't even dream of getting up nowadays. So that leaves the flat. So we can go that way on the flat and maybe meet Ismo for breakfast one day if I allow enough time. I'm not sure she can get that far. I'll have to walk her first for 10 minutes, then put her in a chariot, which will take 10 minutes, and then we've got to go and walk half an hour. And I'll have to have her lead really tight around my left wrist, my left hand, so that if she stumbles, I'm holding her up by the neck, by the collar. That's the only way we'd be able to cover. And even then, I don't know if we could get that far. We'll try. We'll try. But I don't think we've got too many long journeys left I don't think she's got too many long journeys left in her. We were discussing earlier whether to buy like a pram or a pushchair, a stroller, a doggy stroller, where I just put her in and just push her, and then take her out when we get wherever. I've always thought people that do that look like dicks. I've seen people do it with pampered little dogs. Nothing wrong with them. No reason they couldn't have walked. Their owner just over fusses with them. But for an actual disabled dog that can't walk anymore, I don't think it's a bad thing. I'd feel a bit of a dick, but I'm prepared to look a dick or feel a dick. Hold on, that sounds wrong. All those gay blokes they're gonna be knocking at my door again. I'm prepared to feel a dick and look at a dick. No, shush. That's not why you called. Oh, my foot's gone all itchy, folks. Oh, he's still there. Look, I wasn't prepared. Is that you? Is that you there on the lamp? Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind people thinking that I'm a knob. My only problem with putting her in something like that, in an actual kind of pushchair or perambulator, her incontinence. She could end up lying in her own mess. But if I've walked her beforehand and she's done what she needs to do, that's less likely to happen. When we're in her actual chariot, a doggy wheelchair, people stand back and admire and look at her and kind of applaud. I'm just conscious that her front legs are giving way now. I don't want her ending up on the floor with a metal structure around her. That would spook her. I don't know. We'll have a go. We'll have a see how far we can get. Just getting off this road is a problem because it's so weathered. It's so the big ruts running through it now from the storms and the rain. Just getting as far as smooth tarmac at the top. Some of you guys might call it paving or pavement. Smooth road. Just getting that far could be an issue. Where do you go? You just flew right at me. You better not be on my head. You're not there. Where do you go? Where do you go to, my loving, when you're alone in my tent? Don't know. Yeah, so I might have a go. I might have a go at going out for breakfast with her one day. Maybe meet my mate Ismo. But we haven't got many long journeys left. We couldn't attempt to go to Tweety's anymore by walking. The incline of the hill, she couldn't manage. We can't go the other way up to Torre del Moro. That's a beast of a hill. We tried that when she first got the chariot. We went once, and I said never again. It almost killed me. Having to either drag her up or push the chariot up. No. So 3 of the 4 directions that we might go are ruled out. 2 because of the incline, 1 because that's the sea. So that leaves us just going south on the flat into town or towards town. But the distance, 1.5 kilometers or 2 kilometers, however far it is to Los Locos Beach, we might have to settle. There's 3 or 4 bars on the right hand side, 500 meters that way, 0.5 kilometer that way, 1/3 of a mile, if you don't know your kilometers. Yeah, that. We might have to settle for that and compromise. I don't know. Definite deterioration, folks. I've noticed it just this week. From last week to this, her front paws, her front legs. So often, instead of being up on her, she's she's putting she's putting the the bottom of her leg to the knee kind of thing down on the ground, kind of to rest. Um, she's losing strength. Although, hold on, let me just backtrack a little bit. Because she had a bad stomach, I did. She did. I skipped a meal. I didn't feed her one day, and then I fed her, and she still had the horrendous shits. So I skipped another meal. So she has gone 2 days without food, not consecutive, but a day without, a day on. Whoops, it's still bad. A day without to try and purge or whatever was going wrong. Today she's been fine. So maybe the weakness was me. Maybe the weakness this week, just the fact that she had diarrhea, could mean that she dehydrated, perhaps, or lack of energy from me trying to purge her and not feeding her. That's possible. That's possibly a byproduct of me trying to make her better. Uh, we'll see. We'll see whether she recovers this next few days. Uh, so yeah, I've got the chariot. I just don't. I think the deterioration is such that we haven't got too much more use for it. I might have to donate it back to the people it came from. Tell them what? Wouldn't tell them anything. They probably want to finish me off. Hey, he jumped. Hey, not that kind of finish. Okay. Oh, limoncello. We're 18 liters walking. That's jumped back too far. Here we go. No, I just got. Limoncello is the skins with alcohol and syrup, but definitely would go with like a pompelmo. 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 Pineapple. No? Pompelmo. Pop citrus pop. Is pompelmo not pineapple? Sounds like it should be. I'm all right now. Maybe let's not visualize puss and blood shooting across the tent. Atari ST, never hear you talk about God and religion. Is it a subject that you don't like? People often in difficult situations get some sense of calm. I'm a devout atheist. I am a man of science. And from the age of 7, when we were given a Bible at school, I got as far as like fucking page 1. And what's the guy called? Was he one of the founding fathers, or was he just writing around that same time? He was based in France. A lot of the founding fathers were what's the word? Quakers. They were Quakers, weren't they? So they were religious, but didn't believe in the organized religions of the day. Protestant, Catholic, Methodist, all of that. Uh, so religious, but not necessarily. I don't know. Would you say they're not Christian, or are they not, or are they Christian but just reject the other? I'm not sure. Who's the guy? Tom? No, not Tom. Hold on. Who's the one I'm thinking of? I used to hang around in a forum, and one of the guys used the name of a guy as his handle in the forum. Tom Paine. Tom Paine? Payne? He dissected the Bible, didn't he? And wrote up every preposterous or every contradictory thing. And you start as simple as Adam and Eve had 3 sons, Cain, Abel, and Seth, if I remember correctly. Those are the named ones. They perhaps had more. These kids grew up and got married. The first man on earth, the woman made from his rib. They then have children, males, who grow up and marry. And marry who? Women from the next village over. I've run into trouble already. It's stretched credulity. I'm already rebelling. My 7-year-old brain is already saying, the fuck? And it spirals from there. Hey, babe. Oh, hello, you just woken up again. So I don't talk about religion because I don't want to offend people who are religious. I'm not against religion. It's not for me. I find it, I know it's comforting to some people, and I've had people come here and try and discuss it with me, people of various persuasions. I'm trying to remember, oh God, were they Latter-day Saints? I don't even remember what flavor they were, I'm sorry. They've been here twice. And when I describe myself as heathen scum to them, they're all, oh, don't put yourself down like that. Anybody can be, it's never too late. You can always convert or come back. God is calling you, and it's not for me. It's not for me. I am happy to be from like a Christian heritage, to be from a society that was based upon Christian foundations. I'd rather that than some other religions. I'll say from the Judo-Christian foundations. Nothing against Jews, nothing against Christians. The other bunch, I struggle with. Now, I've had friends who were, Muslim. How do I want to round off that sentence? Like all good racists, I have friends who are black. I have friends who are Muslim. I have friends. But as a group, as a society, they're not my favorite people as a group. As individuals, I'm sure a lot of them are fine people. And the ones I've met have been. But looking around at the modern world, I talked to the other night about the opening of why can I never remember the name of their churches? Mosques. Okay. Open a mosque next to a pub, wait a year, and then start demanding that it's disgusting that there's a pub next to the mosque and that the pub should be shut down. Really? You want fucking tolerance, but you're going to pull that shit? I got no room for that. If you find it abhorrent that there's a pub next to your mosque, then don't open a fucking mosque next to a pub. I've gone off on one. So I was answering Atari's question about God and religion. I am heathen scum, basically. Tom Paine was that The Age of Reason. Is that the book where he dissected the Bible and picked out all of the hold on. It's jumping, folks. I was just getting back to the comment I was trying to respond to. Yeah, so Farmer was answering on my behalf there. People in difficult situations often get some sense of calm. Yeah, there's what's the old quote? On the battlefield, there are no atheists. You know, everybody turns to God when in the hard times. My times aren't that hard. I haven't given up my science backed. So yeah, for his farmer, I believe Mike said he's not religious. I'm pretty religious, and this being Mike's stream, he decides what he'd like to talk about. Everyone welcome to voice that. Yeah, no, you're all welcome. You know, I don't mean to, like I said, I don't mean to denigrate or put anyone down who is religious. I can't. What's the word? I can't reconcile the illogical things that I see. Also, the vengeful God. I know that's mainly Old Testament, but it's not all. Yeah, no. Oh, it's gone wrong. Let's kill everybody except for this one guy and his family. Build yourself a boat. Really? Noah's running away from Egypt. Not Noah. Fuck. Who ran away from Egypt? Moses. Moses ran away from Egypt. Let my people go. And the seas parted, and he went through, and then the sea came in, and all the other fuckers just got killed. And 10 plagues upon Egypt and the pharaohs, wasn't it? 10 fucking. I can't name them. The water turned red. The water turned to blood. Um, um, the big grasshoppers. What are they called? Locusts. Firstborns dying. All of that. He's not a nice guy, this God. And then he made us, what do they call it, the second, or the new, not proclamation, the new promise, the new, I haven't got the vocabulary. Yeah. Killed everybody except for this one guy and his family. Rainbow, doves, it's all nice from there on. But everybody else died, allegedly. That's not a guy I want anything to do with. I'm sorry, I just can't. I can't reconcile that kind of nasty behaviour. If it was a thing, it's a book written by people. It's a book written by people. It's a apologies to those of you that are religious, but it's a fairy tale. Leviticus, the rules to live by. The language. If a man lays with a man, he'll be put to death. But if a man lays with a dog, he's unclean for 7 days. Is that the same lays with? Is that what I think it is? If you shag your dog, you're unclean for 7 days, but if you shag another man, you got to be put to death. that the same lays with? Or am I reading too much into it? And you're not allowed to eat anything out of the sea except for fish. Hold on, how'd it go? The fruits of the sea, you're allowed to eat the fruits of the sea that have scales or, is it scales or a tail? Scales or fins? So all of your shellfish, prawns, mussels, more prawns, Vicar. Common thing to say in the 70s. More prawns, Vicar. Those are not allowed. You're not allowed prawns. You're not allowed shellfish. If it hasn't got scales and fins, I think it is. This is why, according to the Catholic Church, so you can't eat meat on a Friday. That's one of their other rules for some fucking reason. You can eat a beaver. I'm not being sexual here. I mean an actual, the animal swims in the sea. Because if you look at its tail, it's got a scale pattern on it, on the tail. So you're allowed to eat beaver on a Friday, but no other meats, only fish. The fruits of the sea with scales or fins. I think it's fins. But all your mussels and cockles and winkles and whelks and shrimp and whatever the fuck, you're not allowed to eat those. Now, these were rules written by people living in the Middle East, where it's very hot and things go bad very quickly. I think that's why shellfish is notorious for giving stomach, food poisoning anyway, if you don't eat it quick enough, if it's not prepared right. So if you were living in the Middle East in these really hot climates and you wanted to set a rule to stop people from poisoning themselves and dying, that would be a rule you would set. Also, if you didn't want cannibalism, you know that pigs eat people. Maybe you'd set a rule that you don't eat pigs because you might be eating people vicariously. You might be eating people secondhand. If you eat an animal that ate a person, and especially some brain diseases and things, prions and certain, like scrapie with sheep with brain, there are things that get you bad. So maybe if you want people to stay healthy, you set these rules. Don't eat pork. Don't eat, the meat of the pig. Don't eat shellfish. Only eat stuff from the sea that's got scales. You set these rules. And I can imagine that a lot of those rules are just set by men in the Middle East because of peculiar circumstances to the Middle East. I don't know about chopping off foreskin. Let's not even go there. A bit of genital mutilation for health reasons. Maybe because you're lying with dogs. Maybe. Unclean for 7 days. I don't know, folks. I'm gibbering, but I don't wish to denigrate religion. I just can't help myself. It doesn't make sense to me. Didn't they decide, the Catholic Church decided that a bee is a fish? Am I pulling that out of nowhere? Is that a surprise to anybody? Let me just look that one up in a minute, because I think I'm surprising myself with where I'm pulling some of these things from. I think a bee is a fish. I'm not sure how we get there, but the Pope's infallible, so it must be true. What am I going to type? Catholicism? 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 I'm going to go isism, but I stand to be corrected. Catholicism, yeah, okay. B is a fish. That's not how you spell B. No. Okay. In Catholicism, a bee is not a fish. The church has never said so. But there's a popular internet mashup confusing Catholic dietary laws. It's a US environmental law that ruled that a bee is a fish. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, where'd I get that right? So I've got half an idea. Beavers are declared a fish. Okay, then we've got this one. So early French Canadians could eat them during fasting periods. Capybaras are deemed a fish by church authorities in South America. Muskrats and alligators are also fish. Bees were never included in those exceptions. California, okay, it had to be California, didn't it? Okay. The idea of bee is a fish is actual legal reality in the US, but comes from California state law, not the church. All right. I knew bees were fish to somebody, but I got it wrong. I'll hold my hand up. Apologies to the religioso. Because bees are invertebrates, a California appellate court ruled they legally qualify as fish. Why? Fish are vertebrates. What are you talking about? They have a fucking spine. I've seen it. Anybody who's ever fucking filleted a fish. What is the equivalence? They qualify as a fish because they're invertebrates, but fish aren't invertebrates. Even sharks, which don't have proper bones, a shark's skeleton is a gelatinous, but it's the same. It works as a spine, so they're vertebrates. So Catholics can't eat bees. Okay, on a Friday. Why you would eat a bee anyway? I've got no idea. All right, I got that wrong. It's not the Catholic Church. It's worse than that. It's California. Okay, let me go back. Where were we? I got no idea. What am I? 5 hours and still gibbering. Yeah, I don't mean to offend anyone who is religious, but you probably will take offense or a gate post, one or the other. Animals really become like family. We almost do what we do for our human loved ones. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I will do whatever I can to kind of carry Tina around, support Tina, do whatever. If I could pay a fee and get her cured or better, I would pay it. Obviously, being a homeless guy in a field, that's not as easy as it might otherwise have been. Like I said, we've got the wheelchair, the doggy wheelchair. It has got 2 other wheels. It does have 4 wheels if we want it to have 4 wheels. The problem is the front wheels are tiny and we live in a field. Lots of rocks and stones. The track alongside us is being weathered and being washed away. Lots of roots and stones because we're on a cliff top. It's all rock that's popping up and being weathered and breaking away, and it's all stones and rocks and these tiny wheels. If we could swap the tiny wheels for big wheels like the back ones, I'd end up just pulling her along rather than her walking if her legs carry on deteriorating the way they seem to be. But it'd be better than nothing. Then we've got the problem of every time you get to the end of a footpath and there's a junction, they don't tend to have the ramps for going down and up. I have to pick I have to pick the back end up. So when her front legs were there, she'd walk and I'd be carrying the back end of the wheelchair and picking her back end up with it. If she's not walking, how do we get up and down those? When we get to the other side, she steps up and I'm still carrying the wheelchair, then I put it down. If her front legs aren't there, that all just becomes exponentially more difficult. Well, to be or not to be. Science has only just worked out how bees fly. All of the maths about weight to wingspan, size of the wingspan and the rate it flaps, everything said a bee couldn't fly. Despite the fact that we've all always known bees could fly, science said no. They had to update the equations not so long ago, only in the last year or two. That scientists decided yes, bees can fly, and they can work out how and why. Be funny if some Jehovah's. I'm not sure what flavour it was that came down here. Latter-day Saints, is that Mormons? I'm not sure if these were Jehovah's or if they were Mormons. But yeah. They were very nice people and they're all very concerned for me, and they did the usual asking what the background was, how it happened, and I told them it was the bank pulling the plug and saying I'm not me, and in order to protect my money they wouldn't let me have my money. Whoa, Tina, don't kick me down, don't kick me. Gonna have to go to the loo again, folks. I've got the full bladder again. What am I on? I've only just started the third can. I don't normally go to the loo this often. I know it's become like family. Don't talk about knob after the previous conversation. Don't go together. Maybe just needs out more and it build up the muscles again. Yeah, I mean maybe if I can feed her more protein and get her out and about more. I do have a few cans of actual meat, wet dog food. I've got I've got a couple of bones as well with meat on. The problem is in Spain, they tend to be salted. She's kicking the hell out of me. The bones with the meat on tend to be dried and salted. Makes her very thirsty afterwards. Then she drinks lots and then she pees lots. Anybody see the problem with an incontinent dog? Yeah, I'm going to try. I had decided I'm going to build up her. Grapefruit. That was your pamplemousse or whatever it was. Your. Okay, Fabrizio, I got you. It wasn't pamplemousse. It was something like that, wasn't it? Age of Reason. That was Thomas Paine. Yeah, dissecting the Bible. 'Tis the season. Jasper, I get fed up when pensioners take over small towns, pushing youth away to big cities. They won't make entertainment because hold on. Because old Compline, drugs and violence come. Because the old complain about drugs. Okay. No, okay. So they won't let anything youth orientated happen within a town or a village, and then the kids get bored because there's no nightclub or whatever, and they head off, and no employment, and they head off to the big city, and then the town or village dies, doesn't it? I saw you post that a couple of days. I only saw the post today, my friend. I think I only saw it today, but yeah, you posted something on one of my videos 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, and it's a thing. I mean, it happened here in Spain. Some of the inland villages are dying, and like you end up with the mayor offering these houses, giving them away. You can buy a house for like €100 down, as long as you guarantee to spend 5 or 10,000 over the next year or two doing the place up and starting a business in the village or whatever. So they have these attempts to rejuvenate villages and small towns. Uh, but yeah, it's okay. Your concern is that it's not just that the young grow up and move to the city. You think they're being pushed to the city by the older folk not allowing activities that the young might be interested in. Interesting. Uh, Only tourists that come here are over 70, then, oh, this is quiet, then move here, then get on the committee, then say, no, no entertainment. Hold on. No entertainment for the youth. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, my friend. To be or not to be. Surprising, fascinating, intelligent reply, not gibberish. That can't be me you're talking about. Um, I did. No, I did read the Bible through all the way through once upon a time, just the once, and then bits of it changed. I'm sure we had this. We had this once upon a time where I quoted something out of the Bible and it had changed. Yeah, whether different versions had translated things different, whether something had changed, or whether I still blame the Large Hadron Collider. I still blame the large. I honestly, I think the Mandela effect. I read the Bible cover to cover once. I've got pretty good memory. One, I know I struggle to recall words nowadays, but when I was younger, this is why I was so good at academic stuff, school stuff. Hear something once, remember it 20 years later. Just know it. Now, I read the Bible cover to cover, and then I quoted something one time. It was about the man laying with man. And it wasn't shall be put to death. It was another one of these seven or unclean for 7 days or 10 days or whatever. But now it's if a man lays with a man, he shall be stoned to death or put to death. Quite savage, this God of yours. Now I can again, going back to Middle East and back in the day, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, whether you go in Old Testament or New, Leviticus, if you're trying to come up with a set of laws to keep a society safe, I think I talked about this, was it Friday or was it Sunday? Male homosexuals are very, very, very promiscuous. And when you've got diseases or plagues that are transmitted by close proximity, I can talk AIDS, we can talk in the early days of COVID, the so-called super spreaders. The media couldn't understand how this bunch of men who got together in a ski chalet all caught it off one bloke. Think about it. Think about it. A lot of men together on holiday together, partying together. Whenever there's the monkey pox or whatever it was called a couple of years back, they renamed it later because they didn't like the connotations of monkey. Homosexual men, gay men, are very promiscuous, and within a tight knit group, they will all partake of each other's company. And any disease going around will spread more quickly initially through that particular group. So if you're 3,000, 4,000 years ago trying to write some rules to keep society safe, and you have noted that a certain group are all clean, they catch all the diseases and spread all the diseases first. you're going to write your rules to say, no, don't do that. Don't be one of those guys. Don't let those guys into your town. Sodom and Gomorrah and all that. So you can see where you can see how these rules kind of apply, how these rules are formulated, how they're arrived at. And there's some sense behind a lot of them. Whether they meet modern sensibilities or not, you know. And yet we see it time after time. When HIV/AIDS was the big developing thing that was going to wipe out mankind, it was seen as a gay disease. Why? Because it spread like wildfire through the gay community. Why? Because gay men are so promiscuous. There's also a question about the lining of the anus being more susceptible to that. There's other factors. It transpires, but there's a certain vector, a certain passageway, a certain. Can I say passageway? I guess. But every disease, every time there's one of these new outbreaks of a new disease, it rips through the gay community for the reasons I just espoused. So if you were around 5,000 years ago trying to come up with a set of rules to keep your village or your town or your tribe safe, I can see how you get those rules. But I've got this clear recollection of reading that if man lays with man, he's unclean for a certain number of days. And it turns out, no, now he has to be stoned. He has to be put to death. Mandela effect. I got a good memory. I remember all sorts of things that I hear. I watch QI, and then I know it. And when QI is repeated 3 years later, I know all the answers, and everyone looks at me like I'm weird. And I'm like, you were in the room with me when we watched this last time. Why do you not remember it all? Good memory can get mistaken for intelligence. Good morning, Andy. Hello there. Hello. I was asked about religion, and so I've gone off on one. But I'll try not to be too offensive to anybody in particular. I try to be reasoned with my thoughts, but I see how the rules come into being, even though I've got this one thing where I remember it a certain way and then it turns out not to be that way. Really threw me when it was pointed out to me that I'd got that wrong. I don't normally misremember shit. Although I did just do the whole a bee is a fish, and I thought that was the Catholic Church, and it was worse than that. It was just California government. A bee is a fish because it's an invertebrate. But fish aren't invertebrates, so how I don't see how they get from A to B. It's the bizarrest thing I've ever fucking heard. Fish clearly have spines. I've seen it. You only have to open a sardine up. It's just fucking. I don't get the logic. I thought that was the Catholic Church. It's worse. It's California government. Anyway, folks, I don't know. We're over 5 hours. Was that Andy yawning? That's yawning rather than vomiting, yeah? Okay. So yeah, I think that was Atari that asked about I don't talk about religion much. I try not to offend too many people. You wouldn't believe it because I say all the words. I do, I rant, I go off on one. Once I'm off on one, I really go off on it sometimes. But what can I say? Right, folks, we're on 5.25 hours. We'll probably go to 5.5 and maybe end it there, I think. I do need to go to the little boys' room again. If you can just bear with me for 2 minutes. Thumbs up if you haven't already, because almost nobody did. It's been slow going on the thumbs up the last couple of episodes. Are they episodes? It's not really an episodic thing. I don't know. Tina's, can you hear her snoring? My girl's snoring up me. Oh, you're snoring with your eyes open. That's an interesting one. I will just mute the microphone, folks, because I don't want you listening in on me. Back in 2 minutes. Okay, folks, I'm back. Chat is jumping around all over the place, up and down, up and down. I gotta go back to Jack Attack. No, hold on. I get fed up. That was Jasper. Tourist, to be or not to be. The court looked elsewhere in the Fish and Game Code for definition to help clarify whether bees may qualify for protection under CESA, whatever that might be. Importantly, this is where the law becomes an ass, isn't it? When they start defining things that everybody already knows. Everyone knows what a fish is, but they'll come up with their own legal definition. Ordinarily, under law, words have their normal meaning unless it's been defined elsewhere in law already. So if you can find another act or another statute where something's been defined, you can try and impute or import that definition and override the normal definition. So here we go. Importantly, section 45 of the code defines fish wild fish, mollusk, crustacean, invertebrate, amphibian, or part spawn or ovum of any of these animals. And because the word invertebrate was there and they define a bee as an invertebrate, why? Okay, let's just rewind. Define a fish as a wild fish. Well, that's tautological, self-referential fucking. Okay, then they want to include mollusks. So a lot of your shellfish, mollusks and crustaceans. But then they throw in invertebrate for no apparent reason. What were they aiming for with that? Jellyfish, maybe? Invertebrate. I wonder what they were aiming for when they included so amphibian as part of fish. It's a stretch, but okay. So frogs and toads and newts. Spawn and okay, yeah. So frogs spawn and whatever other. Why did they include invertebrate? I can only think jellyfish was what's on their mind. But then because invertebrate's in there, any other animal that doesn't have a spine is suddenly a fish. According to the court, the term invertebrate under the definition of fish includes both aquatic and terrestrial invertebrates. Of course. When I think fish, I immediately think land-dwelling animals. Don't you? And therefore, a bee is a fish. Well, at least it wasn't a church thing. It took some dumb Yanks. I don't know. I mean, apologies to my American friends. I do have some, but because bee are invertebrates, animals without a backbone, this clever legal categorization allows conservatives to protect endangered bee populations under the law. I wonder what they were thinking when they included invertebrate under the definition of fish in the first place. Because fish are definitely vertebrates. I think all of them. I gave the example of a shark before. Sharks don't have proper bones as we understand it. They're gelatinous structure, but it has the shape of a spine and the other kind of, it has this functionality, even though it's not bone per se. Why did they include invertebrates under the definition of fish? I'd love to know why that particular emphasis added. Where was that? Emphasis added. As is? No. Oh, the assist added. It's emphasis added. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. I got you, man. I got you. Thank you. Starfish. Okay. Starfish. That's, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. If they were wanting to protect marine wildlife as a whole, so they include stuff like that. What's the other one? The one that's just a big testicle. Urchins, sea urchins. They're not actually testicles, but they're the gametes. They're the, yeah. Sea urchins are a luxury here in Spain. You're eating sperm. That's why it's salty. It's not my idea of a. I did eat it when it was put in front of me, but that was out of politeness. Starfish. I wonder if, yeah, that could be what they were aiming at. Oh, ouch. I just had to step outside. So after I did my wee wee, I went to the piss pot. I step outside. There's two guys stood in the field. What was that? 3:30 in the morning, and they just stood in the field. Let me just check something here. I see a little PayPal symbol, but I think that's to do with earlier. I don't think that's now. No. UK Richie earlier. Starfish, as long as it's not a little brown starfish. Marine species and include diverse groups: sponges, corals, mollusks, clams, octopi, octopodes. Octopodes? Is that the right word? I think you can say octopuses, but hold on, let's just. I got to ask. I think I've seen Stephen Fry discuss this before, which is where I remember octopodes from. Octopodes. No. Octopodes. Octopods. Octopodes or octopuses? Let's have a look. Both octopuses and octopodes are grammatically correct. They reflect different language traditions. Yeah, the octopuses is going to be American. Octopuses, standard preferred plural in modern English. Standard English grammar by adding es to the root word. Octopodes comes from the Greek. Rarely used in casual conversation, though it appeals to language purists, aka pedants like me. You may also hear octopi, but it's technically incorrect and was created by a misunderstanding from some cunt who wanted to look clever. There you go. Octopies is wrong. Or octopi is wrong. Oh, fuck. I've been bitten. You bugger. Can't do anything. Getting eaten alive at the minute. Marine invertebrates. You would have thought they would have used the word marine in the definition that they were doing, and somehow they've ended up including bees. Bees are fish. But at least it wasn't the Catholic Church, which I thought it was. It was just California, and you know. Well, it could have been worse, couldn't it? It could have been Florida, man. It could have been Florida getting it wrong. And that would, for anyone who doesn't know, in America, you know, we do the Englishman, Irishman, Scotchman jokes. In America, Florida man is the butt of the jokes. Florida man is renowned for bad decision making and just to let you know, for anyone who didn't know. But yeah. Florida man. Cheers, folks. We're going to end it. We're on 5.5 hours. I mean, there's still 11 of you here. I mean, I could carry on a little bit if we can find things to talk about. I've got one more beer under the lamp, have I? I think there's one more beer under the lantern. There is. I have replaced the two back ones, so if anything falls, it should fall that way. But when I finish this, and I'm about here, when I finish this and get the next one, we'll have a lantern sat upon 3 empty cans. Dry Ecken asked my tripod. Meine tripod asked Dry Ecken. Something like that. What are we going to talk about now, folks? Somehow I morphed religion into bees being fish. And I was right and wrong at the same time. It was very much a Schrodinger's memory. Bees are fish. It's true, but not according. That's not a religious thing. That's not according to the church. just California, which is equally wacky in its own way. Apologies to my religious friends. But just who did these guys marry? Cain, Abel, and Seth. Children of the first man and woman on earth, grew up and got married. It's always puzzled me from when I was 7. I was open to the idea of accepting religion until it just didn't make sense. And it's supposedly a true story. I mean, it's gospel. I just didn't reconcile it. At the age of 7, I had difficulty reconciling the words in the book with reality. Apologies, like I said, to my religious friends. Let's move on. Another topic. What's happening in the world? What's happening where, when, how? What have I seen happening at the minute? Apart from the quartering self-destructing. Oh, God. The attack in America. No, that's the attack on the religious school. Let's not get into that. You so accomplished in other people's fear zone. I don't want to get in anybody's fear zone, whatever a fear zone is. You're live. I must have got disconnected again, folks. Disconnect and reconnect. How long are we going on for here? Let's have a look at what's in the news. Let me... No. Beard hairs in my mouth. I could bring up the BBC, but I've lost all respect for them. Ebola has tortured us. Fear grip. Oh, the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly Zaire, I think. Angola, Gabon, Zaire. Yeah, I think Zaire. And before that, it was the Belgian Congo. I think those are all the same place. Why is that in the news again? There's another outbreak. Oh, good. I do like a nice bit of hemorrhagic fever type stuff on the loose in the world. Tends to kill people so quickly it doesn't spread. But what else? Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. Japan gripped by mass allergies. And they're blaming a 1950s project. It's tree pollen, and they've planted the wrong trees in the wrong place. The security guard at the San Diego mosque shooting had 8 kids. 8 kids who no longer have their dad. That's not good. I don't know what else is happening in the world at the minute, folks. Have we got any overarching themes? Don't think so. If you guys haven't got topics, I'm running out of topics. We'll probably call it quits pretty soon. Keith, son of nature, explain yourself, sir. You so accomplished in other people's fear zone. What's a fear zone? Which fear zone are you referencing? Is it me talking about religion? Nobody should be fearful of me talking about religion. The fact that I am atheist scum, heathen scum, a devout atheist, shouldn't dissuade anybody else from their own particular views. I just explain my views, that's all. I'm not trying to convince anybody, or I'm not trying to persuade anybody to become apostate. That's just my thing. How are we pronouncing that? Apostate? Apostate? I'll just go with atheist. I can pronounce that. It's very pronounceable to me. Why is there that shaped box around the image and then 3 dots there where there shouldn't be? That's a bit weird. Oh, BBC wants streaming services included for TV license. This is a thing. So the BBC seem to believe they just have an automatic right to your money. And if you're not watching their TV and so therefore you decide not to pay them, they think that they automatically deserve your money and the government should rewrite laws to just take your money anyway. It's an interesting concept. Why don't they go the other way and either put adverts on? You imagine that they play a film. So you've got an hour and a half or 2 hours of entertainment, and they put one 5-minute advert break on in the middle. How much money could they make from that? A TV channel that can get 5 or 6 million people watching whatever they put on. The days of them getting like 16 million or 13 million viewers, those are long gone. The fragmentation within media, too many TV channels. You're all off watching Dave for repeats of programs the BBC made 20 years ago. Because they're better than the stuff they're making now. Is Dave one of the channels that's owned by the government still? Do you know what Channel 4 and Channel 5 are both owned by the government? Yeah, half of your independent TV channels are not independent. Life's a scam, says Keith, Son of Nature. Life's a scam. What if life's not real? What if we're all in a simulation? Life could very well be an actual scam. It could be a figment of your imagination. Maybe the entirety of life is a figment of my imagination and I'm the only real person. Wasn't this, hold on, was this Descartes? I think it was Descartes, wasn't it? Old Rennie. Oh, it might even have been Plato. Hold on. How do I know anybody else is real? I know I am, but how do I know you are? That's a whole branch of philosophy there somewhere, folks. Philosophy with a tramp. I just have to work out whether it was Descartes or whether it was Plato. Or one of the other guys. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, in that order, SPA. Socrates was the first of them. He was the teacher of Plato, who in turn was the teacher of Aristotle. SPA. That's how you remember them. But then a couple of thousand years later, Rene, the French bloke. Hello. No, Descartes. I know I'm real, but how do I know you are? What if I'm the only real person? Everybody else could be a non-playing character in a video game. You are but shadows upon the walls of the cave. That's back to himself, isn't that, with Socrates? Or Plato. Hold on. Fairly sure it's Socrates with the shadows on the cave of on the wall of the cave. I'm gibbering, folks. I'm gibbering. We're 5 hours. I wasn't sure I was gonna have anything to talk about. 5 hours and 45 minutes later, almost, and still going strong. For anybody who's dropped in who's got no idea who this white bearded old bloke is that's gibbering away, I am but a tramp living in a field in a country where I don't speak the language. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, not even my real name. Nobody's called Delta, obviously. My initials are DM in the NATO phonetic alphabet, used for radio and other telecommunications. That would be D Delta M Mike. So my initials are DM. I am Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, tramp. Lots of other synonyms I then go on with. Torrevieja, city of the southeast coast of Spain. Equidistant, roughly speaking, between Alicante and Murcia City. About 50 minutes between either, roughly speaking. If you measure distances in time, you're either American or a physicist, astrophysicist. There's a light year joke in there somewhere. Anyway, that's it. You're talking to a tramp in a field, in a country where I do not speak the language, a Brit trapped in Spain by circumstances. If you want to know more about the circumstances, TrampCast space 001. Space as in an actual space, not the word space. TrampCast, similar to the name of this here podcast or live stream, whatever the hell it is. TrampCast space 001. My first ever live stream, 2.5 hours of discussing the who, how, when, where, why, how of becoming homeless in Spain. Let me scroll because I saw a couple of comments. What about reincarnation? What if this life we are living now is only one of many? Is that meant to be? That we have no memory of? I was actually thinking about that earlier today, as if by magic. What if we're on like an infinite not infinite do-over. What if we populate each character? So on the next time around, maybe I'll be the Tina doggy rather than the doggy daddy. Maybe I'll be that fly that I keep trying to catch, or one of these spiders that I've killed recently. Maybe you get one go at each character in the simulation. It would, to me, reincarnation would point to proving simulation. It's like resetting the game and go again, but this time you're a different character. You choose a different loadout. Yeah. To me, it would point to computer game, simulation, or however you want to view it. Could you build the God hypothesis in there somehow? Possibly. What would be the point? If there's an actual God, an actual all-knowing, all-powerful creator, what would be the point of reincarnation? A chance to learn again? To improve? To do better? I don't know. Challenging people's fears is the biggest fear. To the other person or to you? Do you fear challenging people's fear? Or do they fear you challenging their fear? And if they fear you challenging their fear, isn't that their fear that you then need to challenge? It becomes It's like Inception, fear Inception. It becomes very meta, as we used to say about 25 years ago. Information about information, fear of fears, kind of that cyclical feedback loop. Oh, my feet are itching, folks. I'm sure I've been had by. Oh, something got my little toe this time. Something got my ankle when I stepped outside, and it's right on one of those bruise marks from a year ago when I had all the. If you were here an hour or two ago, folks, I looked at my legs for the first time in 2 years. No, first time in a year, and was amazed where I had all these infected bites and scratches and scrapes a year ago. They're still marked. There's big black marks where these infected blisters and bites and scratches were, and I was amazed. I didn't know they were there because I've been wearing long pants, long trousers for over a year from then onwards. The legal system is a game of Monopoly. You choose which character on the board and decide whether, that's the wrong whether you want to play or not. Yeah. I always say that the legal system, the law, is a word game. Like we were seeing before. So if you were here, a bee is a fish. According to at least one court. California. I mean, it has to be said it was California. But in their definition of fish, they chose to list a whole bunch of things, including shellfish and this and that. And then they included invertebrates. And then some people wanted to protect some bee colonies or something. And they said, oh, well, the bee's an invertebrate. And so now a bee is protected because fish were protected by law. It's a word game. You can work around in all sorts of laws. You can, if you can redefine a word or find an instance where in the past another case has already redefined or defined a law with a meaning other than its normal. See, there's no way that you or I would look at the word bee and think fish. You just wouldn't get there. But they defined a fish as a wild fish or an amphibian or this or that or an invertebrate. And they didn't say a marine invertebrate. So you'd get starfish and jellyfish and whatever else. They didn't say that. They just said an invertebrate. Now you can latch onto that word and say, well, a bee doesn't have a backbone. A bee is an invertebrate. So now a bee is a fish. It's obvious. It's not obvious to me or to you, but to the legal system, because it's a word game. And if you can play the word game thing, you can magic shit out of midair. Normally, in law, when you get a list of things, and then you get, or you'll get some more. The last item in the list will be like, or any other. Blah blah. That any other is kind of usually it's tainted. It's not tainted. Is not the right word. It's flavored by the other items in the list. If I say you're not allowed to have a machine gun, a this, a that, I don't know, machine pistol, submachine gun, heavy machine gun, light, or any other similar item, that any other is flavored by the items already listed. The fact that in amongst the list of the definitions of fish and shellfish, and the fact that they put just invertebrate. I didn't specify marine. So that would be a bee is a fish. It's obvious. So for residency, you can be called DM for your new paperwork. It'd be nice if I could, wouldn't it? The thing is that I've never really wanted residency. I don't want to make Spain like my official home for tax purposes or whatever. I wanted to live here for a few years. I didn't want to like become Spanish or I don't know. Like there are these people in the UK. What's a non-dom? A non-domiciled person. So you can live in the UK but not pay taxes in the UK because you declare yourself a non-dom. And rich people do it and carry on paying their taxes to their home country, not to Britain. Can I do that here? Could I carry on like technically? You see, in Britain, your tax allowances, your first, what is it nowadays? Your first 10 or 12,000, you don't pay any tax on. Spain don't have these generous allowances. You basically pay your tax on more or less everything you earn. Now it's a lower tax rate, a lower percentage, but it's on your entire earnings. As I'm no great tax expert because I haven't been part of the system and I haven't been earning since I moved out here. I've never. I just want to make that clear because one day when I come to leave the country, they're going to claim that I've been working surreptitiously in the background. I've been offered work, labouring or come and do this, that, the other, working a restaurant or be a waiter or all of that. But I figured I had enough legal trouble as it was. Enough legal trouble as it was without earning and getting like a tax avoidance fucking claim against me. Biggest head, did I just say? Where are you going with that? Are you calling me names? Do I need to smack somebody? What's going on? Biggest head. Big head. Sounds like something off Third Rock from the Sun. Bill Shatner was Big Head. The head of the aliens. Tina girl. Oh, I hope that's just a fart. I need to investigate this one, darling. It was just a fart. Okay. Oh, it's a bad one. Oh, it's eggy. I don't think she hasn't had anything eggy. Have you? You've not eaten anything eggy. What have I fed you? A bit of Serrano ham sandwich. And your own dog food. That's all. Oof, that's not good. Keith, talk to me. Where did biggest head come from? So for residency, you can be called DM for your new paperwork. I feel like you're insulting me. I'm a little bit perturbed. I'm sure you didn't mean to. 4 minutes until 6 hours, folks. We'll 11 people here still. What are you doing here? What are you watching me for? I got no clue. This is the last of the beers that are here. I don't even know if I've got any more in the fridge. Can I keep talking? Are we going to go beyond? Oh God, there's more people arriving. I'm starting to think about packing it up on the 6 hour mark. I'm on 5 hours 56 and a half, and there's more people arriving. We still only got 13 thumbs up, folks. I obviously haven't impressed very many of you with my verbosity. I would have liked to have hit 20 thumbs ups by now. I'm sure there's been enough people with the people that wander in and out and in and out. We're on 6 hours nearly, and I'm only on 13 thumbs ups. Biggest head, that's a title you can give to a judge. Okay. In the UK, where they wear the big wig, you call them a big wig. All those powdered wigs for barristers and everything, that's all a little bit. Why have we not got rid of that? I guess like black belt barrister, I mean, he's got a bald head. He probably prefers to have the wig on. It might be white curled powdered wig, but it's at least it's hair. Sorry to the black belt barrister. I'm a fan. I am a fan. Maybe not so much of the politics. And I guess that there's a connection, isn't there, between politics and law, because politicians make the law. They are the lawmakers. Much to my chagrin at times. Not the fact that the MPs make law, but the fact that so many MPs are lawyers and barristers. That grates with me. It's like the old, when you're a hammer, every problem is a nail. You know what I mean? That needs hammering. When you're a lawyer, every problem needs a new law. Even when we've got laws that already cover it, and we just need better enforcement of the laws. I think I said the other day about hate speech laws and all of that stuff. Not hate speech, we're just hate laws, hate crimes. It's already a crime. If I punch someone on the nose and it's not self-defense, it's already a crime. If I punch them on the nose and say a slur, say one of the words, one of the many words, you know the words. You've heard me say the words, you know the words. If I punch you on the nose while saying one of those words, I don't think it should be a different crime. It's still a punch on the nose. And as long as it's not covered by self-defense, it's a crime. We didn't need a whole new set of laws. It's one of the biggest slippery slope things that I've seen in the last 20 or 30 years. The advent of hate crimes, hate speech. Once you start policing speech, I've said this many a time, once you start policing speech, you're a fraction away from trying to police thoughts. What if I punch someone on the nose while thinking nigger? I might not say it, but I'm thinking it. Still a hate crime? It's the same crime. I've punched someone on the nose. Obviously, let me just clarify here. It's not something I would call somebody myself. I use the word because I don't want to say the N word, because that's for pussies. But where's the difference in the crime? If I'm punching someone on the nose because they're black and I say the word, or I punch them on the nose and I think the word, is it that different a crime? The crime is punching on the nose. Surely. Policing my speech is this close to policing my thoughts. And I object. Oh, your distinction between legal and in law. I struggle with Keith. Keith with a f. Oh, we're off on law. There's a title you can give to a okay, I read that one. Yeah. Where's your signature next to any legislation made? Not got your consent. We disagree on this one, don't we? you think that if a law is introduced and I've not consented to it, signed for it, accepted it, that I get to pick and choose the laws I accept or don't accept? Or is it law in total and everything that has evolved from naval law? Yeah, are you a answer this one for me, Keith? All law stems from naval law. Is that the from the Admiralty and all? Is that where we what it all comes from when you accepted the king's, was it a crown or a shilling that they used to drop into your beer and then you're in the navy now. Uh, what was it called? Press gun. Does all law stem from Admiralty law, or does it all stem from contract law? That's the other. That's the other. Laws were brought around to facilitate trade. So for market to form a marketplace, you formed a market, but only where the crown said yes. They give you a charter to open a market in your town or village. Law is what man can't change. Law is what man can't change. I struggle with that one because we change laws all the time. Right the way from Magna Carta, even the formation of Magna Carta was a change in law. Magna Carta, the big charter. And only one clause of it is left. Is it one or three? I think three clauses are left valid, but two of them are out there. The two of them are fringe issues. Isn't it only is it habeas corpus? I think habeas corpus is the only main part that's still in effect. Let's have a look. Oh, gravity. Okay. Oh, you see now Newton abused science there. I think that was ego. Science doesn't have laws, except for Sir Isaac. Is it 3 or 4? Can I name them? I cannot. Laws of motion. Or it's the inertia thing, isn't it? A body at rest. Is it a body at rest? No, a body in equilibrium will stay in equilibrium unless acted upon by an external force. So you've got conservation of momentum. What's this other one? Is it thermodynamics? I've got no. Do I even remember anything? Oh, come on! I'm supposed to be a science guy. There's conservation of momentum. There's a closed system. There's gravity. 9.8 meters per second. But you can show the numbers to get there. By the way, you all weigh less than you think. Your mass is 1/10 of what you think it is, roughly. If you think that you're like 100 kilograms, you're only 10, really. The rest's just gravity. So for anyone who thinks they're overweight, what time is daylight? About 6. Is it 6:45 sunrise at the minute? Let me just check with the weather the weather forecast app tells me. I think I went for a walk last Thursday. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? I went for a walk Tina took me to the cliff tops, but I didn't have my phone with me. 6:48 today. 6:48 is sunrise. That's another 2.5 hours away, just over 2.5 hours. And it's going to be sunny all day with a little bit of cloud, but nothing much. 25 degrees for most of the day. Quite a cool night though, back down to 15 again. That's interesting. It's going to be sunny for the next week and a half. No real chance of rain. 2 or 3% chance of rain most days. Here we go, folks. We are on 6 hours and 10 minutes in perpetuity. I would guess that was meant to be perpetuity. That wasn't there before. I read your daylight question. That wasn't perpetuity. I'm guessing that's where you were going. Perpetuity, forever. Law is what man can't change. No, laws. Newton's laws were. That's ego. You see, they're all wrong. Slightly wrong. Gravity, he had wrong. Hold on. So Newton was roughly 1600, wasn't he? Newton and Queen Elizabeth and Shakespeare were either side of 1600 because plague. Well, not because plague, but that's how I remember that they're all roughly the same time. Most of his discoveries were before he was about 27, maybe. He did all that with light and shoving pins in his eyes and prisms and all of that. Where was I going with that? Newton. Mercury proved his gravitation wrong. For 400 years, roughly, his laws of motion and gravitation and what have you didn't work for Mercury, the closest object to the sun, the closest planet to the sun. And it needed some bloke called Einstein to come along and correct the equations, because relativity, gravity changed, well, it warps space, and he managed to make actual predictions that worked for where Mercury will be. Whereas Newton's wasn't off by a lot, but it's off by a big enough bit to be wrong, consistently wrong. 400 years. So is it a law in science if it's wrong? And very few people call their things law. Some things get Boyle's law, which is to do with gas and pressure and heat. Boyle's law. Certain things get called laws, but usually it's the guy himself that calls it a law. Newton was a bit arrogant. Of all the people that had a right to be arrogant, probably him. But yeah, calling your discoveries laws or your theories. Everything's a theory. Even when it looks like it's true, it's a theory still. It's open to interpretation, remodeling, readjustment, reanalysis. This was one of the big things about COVID that stuck in the core of anybody who knows anything about science. The science is settled. How dare you question it? Let's ban you from the internet. Hide your comments. The science is settled. Sir Isaac fucking Newton's laws were overturned. Well, overturned's too strong. Adjusted 400 fucking years later. Who the fuck are you to say the science is settled? Science is never settled. It is always open to reanalysis, reinterpretation, readjustment, refinement. Always. It's never settled. We get the same stuff about climate change, and I'm not good. This is one of my most controversial takes. I'm not convinced by man-made climate change. I'm certainly not convinced by the numbers, and I've still never seen predictions that work out. I don't get it. You could try 2,000 models and one of them might work next year, but if it doesn't work the year after and forevermore, it's no good to me. I am not convinced by hockey stick graphs and I'm a maths guy, folks. Don't forget, once upon a time, statistician within government. Admittedly, it was on the VAT side of shit, but statistician, guy who looks at maths, looks at graphs, looks at formulae. You know, statisticians do it with models. Who misses? Not convinced. Let's scroll, maybe. Plandemic was an IQ test. Oh, now there's a take. An IQ test. Was it a plandemic? Or did they just roll with circumstances? Definitely believe it was a lab leak. Are you suggesting it was a deliberate lab leak? They deliberately let it go. I would take some convincing of that. I definitely think it was the Wuhan lab. Do you know that there's another coronavirus that they've accidentally manufactured? Some people messing in a lab made a change to a coronavirus. And they were aiming for one type of change and they injected it into some mice. 100% fatality. Now they weren't experimenting with deliberate, let's make a germ warfare. They weren't that wasn't their aim. They were doing something else. It just happened to end up with 100% fatalities. And these were mice that were chimeras. They'd been given human genes, some human genes. And this stuff has been tested. A coronavirus with 100% fatality on a human genome. By accident, not what they were aiming at. They weren't doing, that's not the research they were doing. They weren't trying to make a weapon. They just accidentally made one. So I don't know, was it a plandemic? Or was it an accident and we happened to have been waiting and expecting a pandemic? How does it compare to the Russian, the so-called Spanish flu, which was also known as Russian flu, which actually started in America. What was the death toll for COVID compared to that? It was called Spanish flu because in other countries they suppressed news about it, and Spain said fuck it and printed the news. COVID fatalities versus Spanish. That's not how you spell Spanish. How did I end up with two V's in there? Hold on. Ish. No, go away. Delete. Oh, okay, that I get you now. That was from the versus Spanish flu. And that's not how you spell COVID. It doesn't have an 8 in the middle of it. COVID fatalities versus Spanish flu. Hold on. That's got to be bullshit. During the periods of exposure, about 50,000 people died of COVID-19 and 32,000 people of the Spanish flu. No. Over 1 million died of COVID-19, didn't they? And I thought multiple millions died of Spanish flu. $21.6 million people died of the Spanish flu. What the fuck answer did I just get here? During the period of exposure, 50,000 died of COVID. No, they didn't. Over 1 million. 32 in absolute numbers. What? That is further down the page. 21.6 million died of Spanish flu. It infected 500 million and 21 million died. So about 4%. Some people put COVID deaths at close to 17 million. I don't know about that either. What was this shit here about? Just 30,000 or whatever. 50,000, 30,000. How could the AI be so wrong? You're talking about a specific city or something. Whoa, what are you? Get the fuck? I missed. And now I've clicked something I didn't know I'd clicked. Millions died. Millions. Look at end-of-life drug graph versus pandemic unalived graph equals identical. Oh, I love Dr. Campbell, Dr. John Campbell. He's not a doctor. He's an academic doctor he's a doctor of nursing, if that makes sense. It does to me. He has a doctorate. He's that kind of doctor. He's not technically, he's not a medical doctor, even though his doctorate is in nursing. So he teaches anatomy. He teaches nurses about medicine and anatomy and all of that. So you got to be careful that he's not a doctor. In America, they call them MDs, medical doctors versus academic doctors. Back in the day, doctors didn't have doctorates. I think I've mentioned this before. You did a master's degree in whatever your medical thing was, and your job was doctor. You didn't have a doctorate. If you studied hard and got a doctorate in British medical institutions, you then become Mr. To distinguish you from the mere, the people that call themselves doctor but that aren't doctors. If ever you've seen a specialist and he's Mr. somebody or other, he got a doctorate and he needed to be differentiated from the people that call themselves doctors. So medical doctor and then actual doctorate doctor. And then if you have a long and distinguished career and contribute to your field, you may one day become professor. As opposed to like in America and France, where school teachers and whatever just call themselves, anyone who works at a university is professor. It's all very complicated, isn't it? The distortions in language. But yeah, I like Dr. Campbell, Dr. John Campbell. I do like him a lot. I followed his twists. So in the early stages of COVID, he was fully on board with the medical science, and he was trying to just explain it and bring it to the people. But then he started asking questions. Once we got around vaccine time, and he was like, he's looking at it, he's like, really? Can that really be? But what about this, and why that, and why not that? And I watched him. He basically tore himself inside out, contorted himself, trying to justify how and why government was going in the direction it was going. To him, it became quite apparent fairly early on that vitamin D should have been a thing. Boost the immune system, boost health generally. Most people in the UK, especially through winter, which is when COVID kind of started, wasn't it? The December, January, February. He was full on for boost vitamin D, and he couldn't understand why it wasn't just the first thing done when someone went into hospital. He didn't understand why it wasn't just advice for everyone to go out and get some vitamin D. And then when we were housebound, when we were limited to not being able to go out, and little old ladies were getting accosted by 20 policemen telling them off and arresting them for being out, walking around the local lake or park or whatever. And he's like, but being out and in the fresh air and sunshine, vitamin D, it just, no. So I watched him gradually go from being with the science, pro-science of the day, to questioning the science of the day, and then railing, the science is settled. I am the science, said Fauci. It's like, fuck you. I am the science. And he was like, Dr. Campbell was like, that's not how science works, mate. Science is never settled. It's always open to questioning, to interpretation, reinterpretation, re-examination. You don't get to just declare science is done, I am the science, now shut up. Okay, folks, we're on I'm on 6 hours 26. I think I'm getting tired. I also need the loo again. I think I'm going to call it quits on the 6.5 hour mark. If anybody's still out there, other than just Keith, Sign of Nature, seems to have taken over, and if anyone's still there, happy to talk. Final questions and summations and comments. Tell me what a prat I am, how you disagree with me, how I should be more religious. Farmer's still there. Hello, my friend. Are you back, or are you always there in the background? I'm going to draw a line under it in about 3 minutes, maybe just a little bit over. I like to just we've had a couple of disconnects. I'd like to, if I'm aiming to stop on 6.5 hours, I'd like to at least have YouTube recognize it's 6.5 hours at the end of the day. So I'll maybe go 2 minutes over. Have a good night, get some rest. Yeah, where am I time wise? It must be 4:30. It is 4:30. Any minute now. And I didn't think I had anything to talk about tonight. What's even worse is I've now got to find 6.5 hours to listen to this back. To listen to this back? To listen back to this? How would you phrase that? I got to listen to this at some point soon. I've still got the last 2 or 3 weeks to catch up on. Sunday nights, I put on about half an hour later. Once the post-processing was done by YouTube. He's just farting. Oh. I did fall asleep in the middle, so I've got to go back and listen to the middle 2 hours of the 4.5. But I listened to the start and I listened to the end. A little bit in the middle got away from me while I slept. Oh, but yeah. Where are we? 6 hours 28. I'll give it another 4 or 5 minutes. We'll take it from there, folks. Anybody else want to say hello, goodbye? Tell me what a prat I am. Tell me what a hero I am. Tell me how great I am. Tell me how much you're going to send me on PayPal and just, look after me. Keep a tramp alive. Cheers, folks. Are all three of those are empty? I haven't got enough. I thought I had one left I was going to go and put back in the fridge for tomorrow. But that was this one. I remember now. I made a start on it. Okay. Mobile disco up on the top road. How's Tina? Your eyes are open. I thought you were snoring just now. Every time you've snored and I've looked at you, your eyes have been open. Where are we? We're going up on the 6.5. Whoa, another. How many flies can I have in one fucking tent in one night? I mentioned the other day that my tennis racket of death is glitching out on me. I'm not sure what to do about that. I need some of my technical folk to give me advice. The electric fly swatter thing? It's just constantly sparking and there's nothing caught there. So either a wire snapped and is arcing or maybe 2 wires are touching that shouldn't touch. Not quite sure. I need to work that. Well, I either need to work out a way to fix it or throw it away and buy another. Maybe. Oh, okay, folks. I am on 6.5. I need a minute or so of a little bit extra time, but look, my girl is awake, and it has been a while since I've showcased her, I think. So I'm gonna unplug here. I'm gonna come across. That's quite bright for. I'm gonna reverse the camera, and oh, you can't see that. Oh, you can see her eye. Oh, that just makes I've got it more difficult. Hey, baby. Here she is. Look at this. Here's my girl. This is my girl. Hello, baby. I know you don't like the big bright light, but I know that you're awake and that your eyes are open, really. Except when I shine the big bright light at you. Okay, folks. Yeah, I know, babe. I'm going to turn the light off in a minute. I'm just pimping you out to my friends online. You know how it is when we talk to the people. We have to. You're meant to be the co-presenter. You're meant to be awake and be all bubbly and. No, she says, fuck that. Okay, folks. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Thanks for joining me tonight. See you probably Friday night. Bye now.